police officer, also now an emergency manager, firefighter. You've got decades upon decades of experience. I've been a police officer, still a police officer, who's actually my boss. I'm sorry, guys, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of burying my friends. I'm tired of seeing people do stupid stuff on the roads. I'm just as guilty. He's going to talk about something about tunnel vision. Raise your hand if you've had tunnel vision before on a tornado. Everybody should be raising their hands if you've seen a tornado. I don't care who you are. In the case of Josh Morganman back there, and I have a hurricane because I've been with him and I know. So anyways, I'm tired of it. So in the summit as a board and everybody we talked to was two things: safety, 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 driving, driving, driving. Raise your hands if you've seen somebody act stupid on the road during a storm chase. There's a class going to be taught by D that's called Below 100. I have to take it as a police officer. He mandates it. Okay? We are tired of seeing our friends die. We're tired of seeing our police officers friends die on the road. It's the same thing. Okay? So you're going to get a police aspect, a police class on what's called Below 100. And that whole purpose is getting below 100 in deaths of police officers. I say below 0. I don't want another death on the roadways as a storm chaser. Okay? I'm on the roads hundreds of thousands of miles a year. Just anybody who works in the media that does what we do, it's the facts, right? I'm also on the road hundreds of miles, thousands of miles on the road as a police officer. I say this tongue-in-cheek. Every one of us up here are stupid drivers. I don't care when it is. You can look in the mirror. I don't care who you are. You've done something on the roadways that has put somebody's life in jeopardy. But what I want you to do is pay attention to these two gentlemen up here in this class, okay? Because if you remember one thing only out of these gentlemen's slides, then we've done something as a group to make our profession and our hobby better. That's what the summit's about. That's what the full day today is about, making yourself better as storm chasers, weather enthusiasts, meteorologists, researchers. I don't care what you're doing in this field right now. That's what this is about, okay? But it's also about having fun, mingling amongst ourselves, right? It's going to be a serious topic today, but I want you guys to be able to still have fun. A couple of housekeeping things before I shut up. The escalator is broke, so the conference wants you guys to go ahead and use the elevator as much as you can going down. If you want to take the stairs, you can, but unfortunately, they could not get it fixed in time. Drinks, the cash bar will be open all day today and all day tomorrow. So cash bar's directly back here. And then a safety thing, I think we got it taped down pretty good. Just watch these wires right here going to the speakers and stuff. Just be careful. I don't want no tripping hazards. And then I'll get more into announcements as we go. There'll be some door prizes. I do want to thank all of our sponsors, especially, this safety is put on by Live Storms Media and Severe Studios, okay? They donated to the summit because they don't want to see anybody else hurt or killed on the roadways doing what we do, all right? So I'm gonna start off with Eddie, and I'm gonna let him take it. If you guys have any questions, I'm gonna exit, and I'll be back in the back of the room. Thank you, guys.
I'm Eddie Aldrine. I was born and raised in Topeka, Kansas. I'm currently the Director of Emergency Management for Nemaha County, and I'll show you here in a little bit where that's at in Kansas. So right here, shaded in red, it's just north of Topeka, about an hour. So it's nice being close to the home, seeing my family. And a lot of people wonder, what's emergency management? There's a whole lot of secret stuff that we do, but also the public really isn't very knowledgeable on what emergency management is all entailed, or what it all entails. So these are the 5 different mission areas that the National Response Framework sets forth for us to do, that we work in. That framework came out after 9/11 because that really showed them that emergency management in the United States was lacking at that time to deal with major disaster such as that. So if we look at the blue part, that's prevention. That's where we start. That's all of our plans, training, things of that sort to get people prepared for disaster. Mitigation, that's having things in place to soften the blow of an attack or natural disaster, things of that sort. Preparedness, more training, things of that sort, doing spotter talks, things like that. Response, that's actually when it happens. People like myself, first responders going out to towns that are hit by tornadoes, hazmat spills, things of that sort. And then recovery is the big part too. Getting that local community back on track to what it was like, as close as it could be before the disaster struck. So who was all chasing April 13th, or April 14th was the biggest day in 2012. That was that large outbreak. 113 tornadoes total, one EF4, which was the Langley, Kansas tornado. That was one of the 4 that I had that day. It appeared 7 days out on the convective outlook. We had Creston, Iowa, Woodward, Thurman, Marquette, which was that Langley, they call it the Marquette Langley tornado. That was on the ground for obviously quite a while. Then Hayesville happened later that night, and that's the one where the National Weather Service, that's based at Eisenhower National in Wichita, had to take cover, and I believe it was Topeka that took over their work just because they were having to seek shelter. So it ended up hitting just west of McConnell Air Force Base. There we go. Okay, so day 7, you can see there's a day 7 and a day 5 outlook. On day 6, they added 1 in between those 2. So because of this, all of us chasers out here we knew for a while that something big was going to happen during that week, and a lot of people were making plans to make sure that they were going to be there when the time came. So April 14th, it was the Marquette, Kansas supercell. It was the EF4. It dropped an EF4 tornado. There was a couple others also that I'll talk about. So it was over on the ground for 40 miles. The big one lifted northwest of Salina. Then the second and third tornado set down east of Salina in Dickinson County. And this is the tornado that Chancey Smith, who's my counterpart in Dickinson County, Kansas, was talking about how chasers were clogging the roads, not letting his first responders through, calling us idiots. And I can say this about Chancey because he was actually one of my mentors getting into this line of work. But that's the Solomon, Kansas tornado there. That was the third one that was set down. It was an EF1 that was on the ground just for a few miles. So from that event, there was news all over the country, and then you can even see the Daily Mail in the UK even brought up. So if it was that bad that the news had to pick it up over in England, something happened that day that we needed to fix. So fast forward to present day, they're still having those same newspaper articles with the same titles. And I don't know about you guys, but me as a storm chaser, I kind of don't want stuff like that written about us. We need to be better on how we act while storm chasing. So Al Moeller, he was with the Weather Service. He passed away a few years ago. He was one of the unofficial fathers of storm chasing. There with David Hoadley, Chuck Doswell, Howie Bluestein. He helped start the Skywarn program. He saw the importance of the relationship between chasing and forecasting, and how that is they were getting the ground truth back to the forecasters through amateur radio at that time, because when that happened, there was no cell phones or things of that sort to make the reports. And he wrote a paper in the late 1990s, and that's the website if you guys want to take a picture of it and read the whole thing. But he had 3 things at the end of it, and I'll read, this is part of it. I'll read it because it might be a little hard for you guys. It says, consider the following scenarios: caravans of storm chasers with no experience taking unnecessary risks, blocking traffic, driving dangerously, creating a general nuisance for law enforcement by getting on the radio and then now cell phones saying anti-M, anti-M, it's a twister, it's a twister. We all know how some people don't have radio etiquette and say things that they probably shouldn't say. So he's saying chasers are becoming so excited that they make erroneous reports of National Weather Service offices and news media. Picture also dozens of chasers crowding the National Weather Service offices, getting in the way of people who are trying to work. Chasers screaming in ecstasy as a tornado turns through mobile home park. And those persons that only wish to get the best and closest video to achieve bragging rights. After discussion with several of my colleagues, it appears to me that we can still instill ethical behavior into storm chasing efforts when we chase with safety, courtesy, and objectives in mind. Now, he wrote this foreshadowing that if things weren't going to change, this is what's going to happen. And to me, this is exactly what's happening today. And we need to fix that. We need to self-manage ourselves. So with safety, what you can do is be well prepared, have your car ready, have your supplies to make a safe trip. When you're on a tornado, make sure you have an escape route. We all know that. I know there's some new chasers in here, so sometimes we have to reinforce that part. Do not take unnecessary chances, and then also drive carefully. And that goes along with obeying traffic laws that Dee will talk about here in a bit. Use the golden rule. Treat others how you want. I mean, it's going to be getting you a lot further than what you will get without it. Respect others, not only storm victims that you drive up on, but also first responders that will be traveling to these areas to help out the own community. Then do your own research. There's a lot of people that depend on the convective outlooks to make, that's all they base their forecast off of, where they're going. So learn how to forecast. Don't piggyback off of other people. And it actually makes you a better chaser if you do it that way. And then the objectives you want to set out for yourself. Learn, learn, and learn. There are endless possibilities on whatever you can learn with this. And always report. With me working in emergency management for a county, I want to get all the kinds of reports that I can get from you guys, because I relay that on through radio to the National Weather Service, or also NWS chat. But you guys can report directly to the Weather Service also, or through Spotter Network, doing it that way. Strive to end the chase as a better chaser. Always make yourself better what you started the day with. And then if you make mistakes, learn from them. I mean, you're your biggest critic. You know what you need to work on. Do that for the next chase. Things I like, I chase storms. And then if a tornado happens, great. Because if you only chase for the tornadoes, you're going to bust all the time, and you'll get burnt out. So if you do that, you'll be able to have fun and be on for the next chase. Ooh. Your pointer thing is touchy. So, excuse me, with disasters, how can chasers help? The first thing is you guys have to ask yourselves, do I really need to be at a disaster zone? There's all kinds of hazards getting in there, but you're also clogging up, creating more hazards for the people that actually need to be there to help people out. Is there really something that you can contribute? I know everyone says, well, I can do search and rescue. Well, unless you're really trained in search and rescue, it might not be a bad idea to just take it off for the day and let the actual professionals deal with that. You got to take your professional experience into account. If you're an EMT or a nurse or things like that, you might be able to help out, but it depends on the incident commander at the scene, who's usually a fire chief or police chief or a sheriff. Then conduct a risk analysis. Make sure that the reward that you get from it is worth the risk, because a lot of times in those disaster zones, there's so many risks it's not even worth going into. So my big thing working in emergency management is joining CERT. Who's all heard of CERT? It's a community emergency response team. So this is it here. I forgot when I changed my laptop, it doesn't change that. This was started back in 1985 out in LA with their fire department, and it currently now falls under FEMA, which is under the Department of Homeland Security and federal government. What it is for is it educates local volunteers about disaster preparedness by giving basic disaster response actions, training them in that. And that also includes CPR, first aid, and AED training. So if you guys are needing that training, I highly suggest at least going through the CERT Academy and getting that training. Most of the people say, okay, where's my local CERT team? If you take your cameras and use this QR code, it'll pop up a link. You click on that, and that goes to the Department of Homeland Security's CERT page, and you type in your address, and it'll give you the 20 closest CERT teams within 100 miles of you. So if you're interested in it, highly suggest going. It's really fascinating stuff that you learn. So when you type in your address, this is what I did for where I live up in Seneca, Kansas. These are the 4 closest to me. So you can see I live in a rural area, and I still have four of them relatively close, all within an hour. So these are the different training topics: basic medical aid, CPR, basic life-saving skills, disaster preparedness, disaster psychology, which is a big thing. I know Dee and Erik and any of the other first responders in here that have worked disasters. It's a big mindset. You're so mentally drained by the end of the day, seeing all the destruction and everyone's lives turned upside down, that it's mentally taxing on you. So that disaster psychology will help you, I guess, better deal with the symptoms that come along with that. So fire safety and suppression teaches you how to use fire extinguishers properly. Light search and rescue, and that's for the heavy search and rescue is for the people that have professional search and rescue experience. Different local hazards, also terrorism, which is a big thing with me. That's what I was starting to get into when I was in law enforcement, anti-terrorism stuff. And so I'm kind of a nerd for that things. But then also doing medical triage, not only on yourself, but also other people that you might roll up to. I don't know. John, do you know how to play the video? Are we able to play video?
We teach people confidence. The confidence that should a situation arise, that you have the capabilities to react to that situation.
It's really empowering to know that you're what's going to be there first, you're what's going to comfort the people.
Our volunteers are made up of really everyone. They are some of the most amazing people that you'll ever meet. They're all different, and they all want to be part of our CERT program for many different reasons.
Everybody brings a skill. That's the beauty of CERT.
There we go. Okay, anyone have any questions on CERT or anything else? Safety or emergency management? Is that what I'm assuming not, but I'll be here all weekend. If you guys have any questions or think of anything after I leave, let me know, and I'll be happy to visit with you guys. So thank you very much.
You guys hear me? Cool. So obviously the one thing I'm not here to do is look pretty. I'm not qualified for that job. So my name is Gregory. I'm currently the Assistant Chief of Police at the Davis Police Department here in Oklahoma, just south a little bit on 35. I spent 26 years in the fire service, 20 years as an EMS, and I've taught in all 3. So I spent a little bit of time in it. One thing I wanted to say before I really got started is a lot of people consider first responders as police, fire, and EMS. Every time you hear about first responders, it's police, fire, and EMS. Police, fire, and EMS. Well, what I'd like to say is thank you for what you do. You guys and the people that have come before you have led to technologies and things that make all of us safer, and I'm sure have saved more than one life, okay? Because I can tell you in the 26 years that I've been doing it, the one thing that I say, and it's not bad when I see you, is it's shit. The storm chasers. And it's not because you're there, it's because now I know I'm fixing to be in a really bad spot. If y'all are there, the shit is fixing to literally hit the fan, and I'm going to have a lot of work to do, okay? I was a Newcastle firefighter May 3rd, and that was the longest 3 days of my whole firefighting career. I literally laid in a culvert with a fire truck parked on top of me, just down from what is now the Newcastle Casino, and that tornado across the road. I saw things I saw things during that incident, a full-size cow and a 4x4 well. I saw a house riddled, just, it looked like it had been stabbed repeatedly with 2x4s, but yet the lace doily was sitting on the piano, not moved. So I'm not really sure what drives you guys to do what you do, but I'm thankful for you. I really am, and thank you for your service. Okay, we hear that all the time, but I don't know what guys tell you. I haven't run into a problem in my 26 years of having an issue with a storm chaser on a call. I have had help. I've been helped by storm chasers, but I haven't had an issue with it. So, but I mean, before we get started, and I'm not going to stand up here and talk to you about stuff like you can't speed, you can't do this. What I'm going to talk to you about is some things that might save your life, okay? I want to talk about your life. Because apparently, just like in law enforcement and storm chasing, you guys are having the same problem that I'm having, is we're killing ourselves. We're killing ourselves at a greater rate than the bad guys are killing us. I mean, and there's a lot of things that are preventable, and that's the kind of stuff that I want to talk to you about. So here in just a minute, we're going to show you a video. And so the video is strictly based on law enforcement because that's what I have. However, I need you to be able to put yourself in these people's shoes. The video is not about being a law enforcement. It's just, it's driven towards law enforcement. So it's a police officer. How many people in this room have children? All right, for everybody in this room that has a child, if you'd like to beat me with a blunt object after this video, please wait till after I get done. Erik wants me to talk. And I thought I was here to drink, but he said talk. So we're going to show this video, and guys, the video is meant to open your eyes. It really is meant to open your eyes. It's meant for law enforcement to open their eyes. I don't have one that has storm chasers, and it's just police officers. But guys, put yourself in their shoes. It's not hard.
It's been a year, Daddy. I really, really miss you. Mommy says you're safe now in a beautiful place called heaven. Oh, thinking about you. We had your favorite dinner tonight. There was only you and I ate it all. Young and wild. Even though I don't like carrots. Nothing can take you away from me. I learned how to swim this summer. We've been down that road before. And I could even open my eyes when I'm underwater. You may come in back for more. Can you see me? I miss you, Daddy. Baby, you're all that I want. And you're lying here in my arms. Finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. It's been 5 years, Daddy. Love is all that I need. I'm in 5th grade now. I really like computers. It isn't too hard to see, but math is hard. Mommy lets me sleep in one of your t-shirts. Oh, once in your life, find someone. I think it still smells like you. We'll turn your world around. I don't need to sleep with the light on anymore. You up when you're feeling down. I'm trying not to cry, Daddy, but it still hurts. Nothing can change what you mean to me. I really miss you, Daddy. There's a love that I can say. Just hold me now. Can you see me? Can you see me? There's a love will light the way.
It's been 10 years, Daddy.
Baby, you're all that I want.
I started high school.
You're lying here in my arms.
I made the honor roll.
Finding it hard to believe.
I hope you're proud of me.
Heaven.
I'm also on the soccer team.
Love is all that I need.
Can you see me on the field?
It isn't too hard to see.
I started thinking about colleges. Do you think I can be a doctor?
Now our dreams are coming true. Through the good times and the bad.
I know you'll be with me when I walk down the aisle. I I try not to be sad.
Baby, you're all that I want.
But it hurts.
And you're lying here in my arms, finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
I hope you know you're my hero.
Love is all that I need, and I found it there in your eyes. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven.
I love you so much.
Oh,
Can you see me? Can you see me?
I miss you, Daddy.
I miss you, Daddy.
Okay, so we don't show that video to hurt your feelings, okay? But if I can't tug at your heartstrings and I can't change your heart, I can't change your attitude, I can't change your behavior. Okay, so that's what you don't want this video made of you. You don't want your kids being in this video, but there's some things that we can do. So let me just break down what below 100 actually is for you. Sorry. Below 100 was attendance written by Travis Yates to keep line of duty deaths in law enforcement below 100 in a year. Hasn't been done since the 40s. Okay, and there's some things that we can't do anything about, but there's some things we can. And the ones that we've cut this down, and some things that I want to talk to you about are some things that you deal with, that you deal with daily, and that's complacency. All right, it's speed, it's seat belts, it's tunnel vision. Those are things that you guys deal with every day. And so just straw poll. How many of you guys have been chasing for 20 plus years? Anybody in here 20 plus years? Just a few. So how many 10 to 20? How many below 10? Okay, so everybody that's raising their hands for below 10, you got to learn to control some things. You got to learn to control some breathing. All right? Tunnel vision is something that you have to learn to get control of in your mind. What I tell rookie police officers is, if you're responding and you start to get tunnel vision, turn everything off. I mean, I've already proved, we have already proved through different studies that have been done that at most in 10 miles, 60 seconds. The difference between running hot and just driving normally is maybe 60 seconds. Okay? There's no different in my people running code to fires, running code to medical calls, running code to a guy with a gun, or you driving down the road next to a tornado. There's no difference. The driving behaviors are the same. Okay? What we do might be a little different. When we get there, it's going to be a lot different, right? But our driving behaviors are the same. So our tenets were to wear our vest. I took that out. And wear your belt. We're going to talk about that. I mean, how many times I've heard the statement that a seatbelt will trap you in a car. You know what? A long time ago, when we just had seatbelts that didn't have tension and safety devices, man, you might sell me on that, but not anymore. And seatbelts really do save lives. I've seen it over and over and over again. So what you have to remember is simple equals easy. And all this stuff that I'm going to talk to you about is free. It won't cost you a dime. I was out there in the parking lot looking at all that fancy. You guys are tech wizards. You guys got some fancy stuff in your cars, all right? I just got like some lights. I mean, I can make my car play Bad Boys, but that's technologically that's as good as you get from me. Y'all got some good stuff, but let's do the easy. Let's do the easy stuff, all right? The easy stuff's going to save our lives. What you have to ask yourself in your mind before we start this, and even when we get done, we'll ask it again. Are you going to start doing something that you weren't doing? Are you going to stop doing something that you're currently doing? Are you going to continue just the way you are? Or is there going to be any change? Gordon Graham is a highway patrolman. He was a highway patrolman, went to law school. He now owns Lexipol, who actually is who we get our policies through. But he's also a loss prevention specialist. Loss prevention should mean something to you guys, right? So, but what Gordon Graham says is predictable is preventable. So, it's not the wreck, it's not the speed that gets us, it's that sudden deceleration syndrome, right? It's that sudden stop at the end. So, higher speed equals less chance of survival, right? Leading cause of death for 18 out of the last 20 years in law enforcement has been vehicle-related accidents. Anybody want to be honest with me? Tell me how many of you guys in this room have been involved in an accident while storm chasing? There's quite a few hands. All right? So, you only know how. I'm not going to embarrass you in front of the room, but were we doing something? Where was our mind when we had our accident? It's funny that today is the day that we're doing this, because right now at my department, my guys can't back out of a parking lot without hitting each other. I mean, I'm literally fixing to make them take a distracted driving course and an EVOC course. An EVOC course would be good for everybody sitting in this room. It's just emergency vehicle operation. It's the slow stuff. It's the back and it's the front. Huh? Emergency vehicle operations. You're welcome. Hey, you know what? I mean, Erik and I were talking about it earlier. We do this next year. I'll probably teach one. You have to drive during it. But it's the slow stuff. Yo, my guys are really good at running 120 mile an hour with their hair on fire, chasing the guy in the stolen car. They can't back out of a parking lot. I mean, we've had 12 accidents in 365 days. That's what I said. It's also what the guy with the badge number 1 said. So we are working on correcting the problem. Vehicle-related incidents, though. Uh-oh. There's touch. 3 S's, speed, seat belts, and struck by vehicles. God, the most dangerous thing that I catch my guys doing is not clearing an intersection. I get it, 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning, not a soul on the road. The light's red, we're in a hurry. How many people have run a red light at 2 o'clock in the morning, go up chasing a storm? What happens when at 2 o'clock in the morning, that one guy without his headlights on left the bar drunk, and he ran the red light and he T-boned you? And now we're making videos about you with your kids and showing them to other people so that they won't do it. Okay? That's the deal. God, I run hot. Lights and sirens. I never blow a stoplight or a stop sign, ever. All right? September 15th of 2022. I'm 50 years old, and I've made it a year and a half short of 20 years in law enforcement, and I was involved in my first officer-involved shooting. And complacency almost took my life. Not the bad guy. Complacency. All right? We got lucky that we won. I'm just going to tell you. God looks after dummies. All right? Oh, here's one. Somebody tell me what just happened right there, outside of the obvious, outside of there was a wreck. But what happened? What's the important thing that happened? Well, he didn't clear the intersection, but where was he going? I hope not. He was running hot. I hope he wasn't going to lunch. But whatever the emergency was, and it should be an emergency because he was running code 3, right? Whatever that emergency is, he's not going to make it through. He's done. So is somebody in danger now? Now we have to take off other EMS, fire, police personnel to work this wreck. We still got that call still going on. It hasn't been fixed. All right. If you wreck, you're not going to get footage of that tornado or that hurricane or that wildfire. I mean, I'm going to be honest. You guys are the only people. This is the only room I can stand in full of people crazier than me. All right? But you're not going to get it if you don't make it. You're not going to help anybody if you don't make it. You have to get there. John Wooden said, be quick, but don't hurry. You know, you wouldn't even catch me yelling at you a whole lot if you were busting the speed limit a little bit. I really wouldn't. But it's the running the stoplight, the running the stop sign. That's where we're gonna hit the shoulder and have a conversation for a minute, because that's when people get hurt. I don't want you hurt. I don't want anybody else hurt. Don't run to your death. Why would we do that? Guys, they have called police officers for 30 plus years copological indicators because a semi-truck will have a wreck on the interstate with a tank behind it, and the police will just run right up to it, because we used to believe in scratch and sniff. And then when we scratched it and sniffed it, we died right there on the spot if it was the wrong stuff, right? But why when you're out chasing, now, I don't pretend to know about all that radar and stuff that you guys use. I don't know anything about it. I mean, I'm sure you're watching it, hopefully watching it and then driving. But why run to your death? I mean, surely y'all aren't really driving in front of the tornado and dropping Dorothy. Does anybody actually want to be in front of the tornado? I mean, I saw what May 3rd did, and it didn't just take houses, it took yards. That's not my spot. I don't want to be there. I mean, I kind of have to do what you do a little bit without all the gadgets, just because policy says when there's a bad storm, you got to go. And I'm like, damn, I'm warm. Clear the intersections. Guys, please, if you don't take anything else out of this, if you don't take not a other word out of this whole thing, please clear the intersections. That is the most dangerous spot that you can be in, is in an intersection. Because I'm going to tell you that I don't care what kind of lights you have on your vehicle. I don't care what color they are. I don't care if you got rap playing telling the bee to get out of the way. People aren't going to listen to you, okay? It's not going to happen. They're going to ignore it. They're going to have their windows up, their stereo turned up, with their head in the clouds, and they don't have a clue that you're there. Please clear the intersection. This guy right here had all the patience in the world right up until he didn't. Oh. Like half of it he gets an award, and the other half he gets suspended. So I'm gonna give you this story. Now these sisters were killed by law enforcement, okay? But again, I wish I had something better that had storm chasers and stuff in it, but all I have to offer you is stuff with law enforcement in it. But here's the deal. This could happen to you, because here's the deal. Don't tell me you're not talking on your phone and you're not talking on the radio while you're driving your car. I've seen all of you do. Except for, the ones that come through my phone. I've seen you do it. But we're hurting other people. Did I miss it?
An Illinois state trooper accused of killing two teenage sisters in a traffic crash made his second court appearance today. Matt Mitchell, who was hurt in the crash, is out of his wheelchair and walked with a cane this afternoon. Trooper Mitchell was responding to an accident call near Shiloh last November when his cruiser crashed into another car. Sisters Jessica and Kelly Ewell died. An investigation found Mitchell was going more than 120 miles an hour. The defense and prosecution agreed to a June 30th pretrial conference today. No trial date has been set.
They were the best of friends. They grew up together. They laughed together. And on the day after Thanksgiving, Jessica and Kelly Ewell died together. The Ewell sisters were heading home after attending a holiday family photo shoot. It was a sunny day just after 12 when ISP officer Matthew Mitchell lost control of his car and crossed over into oncoming traffic. He was driving 126 miles an hour en route to an accident.
And Trooper Mitchell literally drove through their car, drove through it.
Trooper Mitchell, seen in the wheelchair, was also injured. It was not the 6-year veteran's first accident. Court records show in August of 2004, a jury in Peoria County, Illinois, ordered ISP to pay $1.7 million to Nicholas Dameron, a passenger in a car hit by Officer Mitchell. The deaths of the Yule sisters were his third accident. Friends of the Yule sisters pray the senseless deaths of Jessica and Kelly will leave a legacy that encourages law enforcement to rethink the need for advanced driver training and to set limits on extreme speed. Multiple sources confirm Trooper Mitchell was talking on his cell phone and shoulder radio while driving 126 miles per hour.
I said 60 seconds early. The study was 90 seconds. 90 seconds is on an average, just for calls. They didn't break it down and do everything a certain amount of mileage or anything. What they did was they took a bunch of calls, they drove normally, and they ran hot. And the difference is an average of 90 seconds. It's only the difference that was made. And guys, you didn't stir this weather. You didn't go into your car and create this tornado or this hurricane or this wildfire. And you didn't throw it out there. It's not your baby. You didn't make it. You didn't cause the problem. You're there to cover it, right? So let's not get yourself hurt, cover it. So the effects of high-speed driving, your heart rate and your blood pressure increase, tunnel vision. Depth perception diminishes, all right? But you're finding complex motor skills decrease. So, funny story if you ever want to know, driving is a divided attention task. Okay? Everybody ever watched police officers run field sobriety tests on people? All we're doing is running divided attention tests on people because driving is a divided attention task, right? You have to look out the window, constantly evaluate, operate the gas, the brake, the steering wheel. If you're driving a standard, you got to switch gears. If you're operating blinkers, it's a divided attention task. So if I'm losing my finding complex motor skills, I'm just begging to have an accident, right? So if that, to put that into perspective to you, how many people in here have ever hit their thumb with a hammer? Got sick at your stomach, got wheezy a little bit, right? Well, that's a form of shock. This is a form of shock, all right? You don't have to be bleeding to be in shock. Your forebrain shuts down, which is your cognitive reasoning. That, I think I can beat the train. Cognitive reasoning. I think I can beat the train. I don't want to think I can beat the train, guys. I want to know I can beat the train. Usually in Davis, I want a bulldozer to push the train off the tracks because it sets a lot. So this is a good tunnel vision video. Probably one of the best tunnel vision videos I've seen. Man, there it goes. I'll give you a hint. It's not on the car that's driving that you're watching the body cam off of. He's going to pass the accident. He knows he's got to come down, turn around to provide traffic control. That's probably one of the best tunnel vision videos I could ever show you. That guy had no clue that other officer was coming towards him. And the other officer, the one that you were watching the dash cam out of, he was running with his emergency equipment on. Speed goes up, survival goes down. So there's too much tolerance for negligent driving in our profession. So you as a group, when y'all meet and for things like this, different conferences, different classes, I actually don't know what training you go through, but when you guys meet, it's something that you have to ask yourself, but it's something that you got to call each other out on, right? It's your profession, and what you do is a profession. It's not just a job. believe me, you got to want to do what y'all do. I'm out.
The Georgia State Trooper who was involved in the fatal New Year's Eve crash has been fired. Kathy Porter, the wife of Atlanta Braves trainer Jeff Porter, was killed in that collision. 11 Lives Kevin Rosen has been spending the evening going through a lengthy paperwork here. Yeah. It is Trooper Crozier's personnel file. And I know you found some things in that file that may help to explain why he was let go.
Yeah, right. It's filled with some things you might expect, like commendations and average to above average performance evaluation. One thing stands out in regards to what happened on New Year's Eve, and it might explain why he was fired. He joined the State Patrol in 2002, and since then, Trooper Crozier has been involved in 20 accidents in his patrol car. 7 of those accidents were determined to be his fault, and he was disciplined for them. He's had 5 at-fault accidents since 2008, and just this past February, he had 2 just 2 days apart, one on February 8th and another on February 10th.
So again, he's been fired. So
20 accidents. So what does that actually mean to you? Because we cut some of this stuff. How many of you guys pay vehicle insurance? Okay, now that can go up and that's detrimental, but so somebody tell me what vicarious liability is. So, well, not exactly. Vicarious liability, so if I pull you over, right, and you're drinking, it's at the end of my shift, and I'm like, damn, I don't want to deal with this DUI. And I'm like, I'm just going to let you go. And I let you go. You drive down the road and kill a family of 6. Guess who has liability? Okay, guys, if you're out and you're storm chasing, it all fits together in a big picture, okay? Because you have a little accident here and a little accident here. If you have an accident and there's a death involved, they're going to go back and they're going to look at everything you got. I mean, do you want to be sitting on the stand as a defendant in a murder trial? That all your stuff's going to be history, right? It's evidence. I mean, do you want to be the guy with 20 accidents? I'm just going to tell you, I don't want the guy with 20 accidents working for me. Vaughn, this one kind of get to you too. This is absolutely pertains to you guys.
Hey Sarge, and I just hit a kid on a bike. He's probably 27. I mean, or I know he is. Yeah, 2600 Beltline. It's just past Kleberg. All right. I won't.
Speed. So let's forget about my agency and what are we doing about it. When you're out chasing, no parent would ever be irresponsible and let their child ride a bicycle out because there's storms coming with it. Truly not. I mean, all those guys that raised their hands have been chasing over 20 years. So way back 20 years ago, probably not. But now these kids are raising themselves. They're doing whatever they want. I get called to be a counselor more than I do a cop. That's a true story. It's really not funny, or it's either funny because it's true. But that could absolutely happen to you. And so throw in, it was dark and his headlights weren't that great. I mean, I've seen some of you guys' cars come out of some of these storms. No, your headlights aren't that great at that moment anyway. So add in now strong winds, and the one thing everybody in Oklahoma has is a whole lot of dust, right? Throw all that in on top of that. I mean, drive fast enough to get where you're going without creating dangerous situations. Seatbelts. Oh, excuses. Oop. Oh, I got to respond to something. I got to jump out of my car. What about y'all? Y'all have to jump out and deploy your stuff really fast? I don't want to get ejected. If you got your seatbelt on nowadays, you're not going to get ejected. So NHTSA said that NHTSA said, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration said in 733 fatal law enforcement crashes, seatbelts were not worn 42% of the crashes. 7% couldn't be determined. They were bad enough that they couldn't be determined. Think about that for a minute. The wreck was so bad we couldn't even determine whether or not you were wearing your seatbelt. Most recent data says 50% wear. So I made a joke out of it because my policy now says that I have a mandatory seatbelt policy. But I drive a Dodge Durango at work, and if you don't put your seatbelt on, that thing is like a wife that you made mad. It does not. It goes and goes, and I call it my policy reminder. The guys thought that was funny. The girls are looking at me like. Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. This was actually not too far from here. He wasn't speeding. He was driving like he should. But do you think the seatbelt made an impact on that accident? It deployed the airbags. I mean, that's a pretty good little head-on. There's the car. So, would anybody in here not put a child in a child safety restraint? Anybody? Would anybody be willing to look at me and go, "There's no way I'm putting a kid in that. We're throwing him in the back of the pickup"? No. How do we go from that to this? To deaths? Because seatbelts work, but only if you put them on. I can't convince my mother-in-law to put hers on. She's not allowed to ride in my vehicle. If you get in my vehicle, you put your seatbelt on. I'm not taking a ticket for you. It's not happening.
A Prince George's County police officer who died in a car crash in the line of duty was laid to rest today. Hundreds of officers, family, friends.
Officer Morris was killed when the cruiser that he and his partner were in went off the road and into a ditch. Morris was ejected from his vehicle. vehicle.
When I first came to and realized what had happened and that we were off the road facing the wrong way in the woods, I remember asking if Morris was okay, and I didn't hear anything, and I looked over to the driver's seat and he wasn't in the vehicle. If I could go back in time, obviously I would have Morris have put his seatbelt on and go about the situation differently.
If I could go back in time, isn't that a powerful statement? If I could just go back in time. Anybody ever ask themselves that? If I could just go back in time, if I could have 5 more minutes. I mean, it happens to be a Crown Vic, but it could be whatever you drive. Come on. It is. It feels like
I remember him giving me a kiss goodbye and saying, "I'll see you tonight." And it was just another day. When my daughters woke up and our day started is when I got the call of, that he was in an accident, and it was pretty severe. It was very traumatic, and knowing that he was gone forever will be a day that will never go away for me. He always wore a seatbelt off duty. Just when he got in that patrol car, he just felt that it was easier for him to get to a call and jump out of the car faster rather than getting to a call having to take off the seatbelt. After he died, my whole life was completely flipped upside down. And in a matter of 2 seconds, Brad was killed in 2 seconds. My whole life was just completely different. And it's something that I don't ever think that my life will be completely normal and back to the way it was. I mean, how can it? I lost the main thing in my life, being thrown into single parenthood is really rough. Raising 2 small daughters that don't really get where their daddy is hard. And there are questions on where he is and why he can't come back, and are we ever going to see him again? They're tough. They're really tough. But I promised Brad in the hospital that every single day I would tell his daughters how much he loved them, and I promised him that I will raise them as if he were here. Every single day has been hard, and I keep telling myself that I can't miss him more, but every day I wake up and I miss him more and more. And my daughters aren't going to ever know their daddy through their eyes. They'll know him through us and his family and his friends. But that's not good enough for me. I would have loved for him to be here to watch his daughters grow up.
Call Richmond units, please keep our channel 1 clear and open for 1 full minute so we can have 1 minute of silence to honor our canine officer, Brad Moody. The time will start now. It's 02:46. Continuing, it's now 02:47. Our minute has passed. Resume traffic as normal. And God bless Brad.
So that says law enforcement culture. Is it time to change? But I'm gonna ask you, in storm chaser culture, is it time to change? I mean, I don't know. You guys know. I'm not behind you. I don't ride with you. I mean, seatbelts are they an issue with you or in your profession? What are you doing about it? Then we talk about courageous conversations. All right, it's funny. It's funny, I laugh at law enforcement officers. They're my favorite to laugh at, because a law enforcement officer will pull over 20 complete strangers a day, and they'll go up and have a conversation with them all day long, but they won't talk to one of their friends. I mean, you know, if I'm doing something wrong, I tell them, my guys have open range on me. It doesn't matter that I'm the supervisor. If I'm doing something wrong, go, hey, Chief, you're making a mistake. And it's okay for them to do that. There's no retaliation for that. I made a mistake. Let's bring it up. If these conversations were easy, they wouldn't be called courageous conversations. I mean, how many times do you guys run into each other while you're out there on these storms? You know, when you see something, look at your buddy and go, hey, I'd really like for you to be here tomorrow. Stop that. Right? You know, the only reason I look at y'all a lot is because I'm 50 years old and blind and I can't see them. So, how many times you guys get out there at night? Storms only happen during the day. At night, let's check this out. Look at that. See that guy? He's pretty easy to see, right? Orange reflective raincoat. Oh, What about those guys? What are you wearing when you're out there? What do you have on? Are you guys mandated by anything to wear reflective safety vests like fire and police and EMS are? Okay, it's still a really good idea not to get your butt run over in the middle of it. Hey, I-35 is horrible. I'm sure there's people here from everywhere, but I'm sure somewhere in your areas that you cover, there is a really bad interstate. I-35 gives me nightmares, okay? There goes the visibility test. How many of them did you see? Y'all saw 2? There's 3 of them standing there. Surprised y'all saw 2. Cops always try to trick me. They'll be like, it's 4. No, you're doing this to me on purpose, Chief. All right. So the other thing that you're doing, hey, and guys, wherever it is that you're from, I mean, I really didn't have any idea when I got here that you guys would be from so many different areas of the United States. Wherever it is you're from, go to your local EMS, your local fire department. Police departments don't usually do it. I'm a little different where that's concerned. But go to them and go, hey, we're storm chasers. We want to be a little safer. Can we take an EVOC class with you? You got an EVOC class? Emergency Vehicle Operations class. They may call it something different in your state. I don't know. Here, law enforcement officers take LEDT, law enforcement drivers trainings. Drive with your hair on fire and make sure you don't wreck. That's literally what it is. But we got to do the slow stuff. Go talk to them, guys. It really is worth it. It really will bring up some stuff in your head and muscle memory, right? I've been putting a seatbelt on in my car for so long that I don't even know I did it anymore. It's just on. I get in my car and my seatbelt's on. It's muscle memory. Lots of stuff we do with muscle memory, but unrealistic training, you add stress to unrealistic training and that equals disaster, all right? So anytime that you do some training, make sure your training is realistic. If you're practicing on setting your stuff up in a certain location with storms coming, you'll actually set a time for yourself that's maybe a little bit unrealistic so that you're rushing to do it. Because it's never going to be, we're never going to be able to just go out there and slow stroll and set this tripod up, this sensor over here, or whatever, this dealing with. I have no idea what y'all use. It's just, I just saw it was a lot of stuff. I mean, but make it realistic when you train. I mean, but the simple fact of the matter is it's not just us, man. It's not just y'all. It's not just us. I mean, the firemen do a pretty good job at it so far, but they've been training on it longer. That, and usually they're at the fire station playing Nintendo anyway, right? Where's the fire chief at? Do you laugh? The fire chief laugh at? That's a funny joke, chief. So what, the question is, this isn't a class where we're just addressing a whole bunch of people as a whole, but what can you do? What can you do? What can you do to make a difference? Can you make a difference? I'm going to tell you that I don't care if it's storm chasers, snail herders, police officers, firefighters. If I get the chance to talk to you and it saves one life, man, that 2 hours or 4 hours or 8 hours that I spent, one life is worth every second. I mean, but it starts with your heart. That's where we show you them videos that somebody's probably going to hit me with a blunt object with over. I get threatened by police officers all day. They walk outside crying, going, I hate you. But it starts with your heart, and it changes your heart, changes your attitude, changes your behavior. All right? And I'm not here to get onto you about what you're doing because I'm a law enforcement officer. I'm up here as your partner telling you, hey, I want you to be safe. I mean, I appreciate you guys. I really do. Oh, what did I do? Catch each other doing something right and say, hey, man, that was awesome. You did a good job, right? Uh-oh, that's not me. So back to that earlier slide. Are you gonna start doing something that you weren't doing? Are you gonna stop doing something that you're currently doing? Are you gonna keep going just the way you are? Or are you gonna make a change? That's what you got to ask yourself, man. All right. We tried to cut this short, and I'm done. I just want to thank all you guys. Thank Erik for letting me come and talk to you. And I hope that, I'm sorry it's all law enforcement. I don't have anything, storm-wise to stick in front of you. I think it's pertinent information for you. I do want you to know that I appreciate you, and thank you for what you do.
Hey, Josh, give it to him. All right. So, D, have a seat. This is your moment. You got 3 cops up here, okay? Last year, I'm sorry I couldn't get here. I got COVID, so, I was supposed to do some of that talk last year. But you got 3 cops up here, and we've got 39 minutes scheduled. I'm not expecting y'all to be here for 39 minutes, of course. But this is your chance, all right? And if you guys in the back could pay attention to the online portion, if anybody's got online, if you've got a question for us up here, we'll let them give it to us. But if you're online watching, throw it into the Facebook or Twitter or whatever, and we'll try to answer it. Here's your chance. Do you think that was pretty powerful? Yeah? Yeah. What he's not telling you about the accidents we've had at our department, he just fired somebody over here, a year ago? So that this guy knows what he's talking about, and it's because we don't want to see that guy injured or kill somebody else. And I think one of the most powerful videos on there is that kid. I was a Texas police officer when that happened. What's not being told in that, he was doing 61 in a 25. That video, I cry every time I see it, because unfortunately I've been on those accidents where that's happened to civilians, okay? Where it applies to us is the liability of you killing somebody. You're talking your home, your car, your livelihood, gone. For what? A hobby? How many of us do this for a hobby? Almost everybody, right? Is it worth it? Going down I-35. Most of the speed limits are what, 65? Right, 70? How many of y'all do 90 going late to a storm? You're opening yourselves up, all right? So that's why this is important. Thank you, Dee. I mean, that's probably the most powerful class we're gonna get while we're here today. But this is what today's about. I know it's a little hard to watch some of that, but it's reality, and we have to face reality. So with that being said, let's start with questions. Who's got questions? Anybody? Right back here. Microphone. Here we go, Bob. Yeah. Sorry, Erik Toll's also going to be doing our microphones all weekend, but he's running around picking people up at the airport. All right. Go.
Is it?
Just like thank you guys up there as well. I've been in public safety for just about 26 years now. And with the current events and the past events, I'm curious, from being out of area here, is your thoughts on, it's kind of two-pronged, is the amount of emergency lights being used in terms of with visibility, being on the vehicles, and the trend of a lot of people using public safety type vehicles, Tahoe, Suburbans, the Interceptors, and their personal safety when you get into more urban areas and other things with today's kind of anti-law enforcement and whatnot.
Is it working? Okay. What I found on my police car was I put some white lights on the rear. White seemed to cut better, but there's two things I learned from that. One, blue cuts through better than white. And if, like on I-35, if I'm on the side of the highway and you're coming at me, the white lights blind people. So now I avoid white lights on emergency vehicles. The green ones, y'all can run green, I know, in Oklahoma, and they cut through fog and rain like blue does, and they both cut better than red does. But if you, I don't care what kind of car it is, and as many lights as you can put on it. I mean, somebody's still not going to say they saw you, but as many as you can get on it safely. Don't burn it down.
Within that, something I want you to address is the movement while we're moving and what's legal. Because if you're not LEO, fire, emergency management, blue light becomes an issue, does it not?
Yeah, they can use green.
Green.
No red and blues. But here, and you know what? This is probably y'all are probably gonna call a cop out on this after I tell you a little secret. Okay. Here's a little secret. And this is true. I'm not making this up. When police officers run red and blue lights and sirens, we still do not have the right to run through a stoplight or a stop sign. It's not against the law for us to do it, but all we're doing with turning our lights and siren on is asking the general population for permission to go first. We're asking to cut in line to do that. That's all we're doing. So just keep in mind when you're running your ambers and you're running your greens, whatever it is in your state, if it's something different, all you're doing it's really the same as turning your emergency flash. All you're doing is asking somebody else, hey, will you please pull over so I can pass you? It doesn't mean you can cut a double yellow line. Don't do that, guys. That's dangerous. Don't cut double yellow lines passing people. Pass in passing zones. Do it safely. But all you're doing with all that fancy stuff, all I'm doing with all the fancy stuff on my police car is asking the next guy, hey, can I please cut in line? That's all it is. It's really, everybody wants to make all our state laws and all this stuff a whole lot more complicated than it is. And I'm constantly spending time, it's taken me 20 years, but I'm constantly spending time trying to dumb it down for people. I want people to understand it. But did that answer your question appropriately? Again, if you're running red and blues, we're gonna talk. I mean, I have had a black Tahoe and a black Crown Vic in my jurisdiction actually making traffic stops. I don't like it, but here's the deal. You always have to weigh good and bad. All right, whether we like to believe it or not, there's still a lot more good people in here than bad, right? I mean, I would like to assume that I'm sitting right now in a room full of pretty good folks, right? I mean, so if we say, oh, people are impersonating a police officer, so y'all can't run lights anymore, I feel like that might put your life in jeopardy later. I mean, so it's kind of my view is it's kind of the best decision for the greatest. Does that make sense? I don't want to say, people are pulling cars over, so if that's not an emergency vehicle, then let's not let them run lights at all. I mean, my view on that would be if you decided to do that, maybe we need to sit down and reevaluate exactly what an emergency vehicle is. Emergency management, maybe there's something a storm chaser could use. But I don't want to take away from something that's going to save your life because some dummy is trying to make a traffic stop.
No offense, Chief. I'll do what you say, but
He doesn't do what I say.
my problem is, how many of us are going down a roadway chasing, and you've got those ambers or whites, whatever color, blasting in your face as you're going down the roadway? How many? Raise your hand if you've had that issue. Trying to move, right? So what he's trying to say, is it really smart in driving rain to have lights on? That's something he doesn't do. So he's right. But what he's talking about on the side of the road, right? Because you want to be seen. That's not a problem. What we've got to figure out is what's best options for us, and as a community, what's the proper etiquette. Can any of us force it? No. We can enforce it legally in what the state law says, right? Which means in Oklahoma, you can't run red and blues, period. Just can't do it.
My patrol unit now, I have an option on my car for this side of the road thing. So inclement weather is horrible. And I've done this by getting called out. I'm a supervisor, so I get called out. My guys, something happens, and if I'm rolling up on them and they're blinding me, I know they're blinding the general public. But they have anybody here from the Texas area? You guys will see it quite a bit, but I have it on my car now. I can hit a button, and those strobe lights, the red and blues that I have in the back, which would work fine with amber and green, I can hit a button and they will emit steady. They don't flash anymore. They just turn on. And that is much safer in inclement weather on the side of the road than is my flashing lights. So, and look, guys, if y'all are just driving from point A to point, I'm not here to get on to you, but if you're driving point A to point B and you have your lights on, then I'd have to ask you why. In law enforcement, in order for us to run Code 3, there has to be one thing in happening, and that's that somebody's life's got to be in danger. If somebody's life's not in danger, I'm driving normally anyway. So if somebody's life's not in danger, do you really need to have all that going? I mean, how many of you guys had the money to really do it right and you have no flashback on your windshield? Because that's harmful for you. Flashback on the windshield into your face is harmful for you. I mean, I changed a whole set of lights in a police car over flashback, which I got yelled at about because it was about a $600 fix.
Yeah. And we'll let Eddie give his view on this because I know how passionate he is about this.
There we go. You guys hear me okay? Okay, so I was law enforcement in Wichita area, and then up until May of last year, I was a sheriff's deputy in Kansas City, Missouri. So I can talk about both those states. For Kansas and Missouri, I know Missouri's not a big chase state, but sometimes we do get things there that are worth chasing. But in Kansas, it's absolutely illegal to be driving with lights on unless you're some sort of like hauling something like a wide load or something like that. So be cognizant of that. A lot of times when we're on storms, police officers, sheriff's deputies, and troopers are going to be too busy to stop you guys and let you guys know, but it just opens you guys up to more things. So it's just something to think about. You got to mitigate the actions that you're doing that could cause harm to yourself and then to others too. So that's my big deal, is not only think about yourself, but the other people that have to help you out.
Nick, go ahead.
We had a recent incident in Georgia involving a Georgia State Patrol officer that was doing 91 and a 45, writing an email to his supervisor when he struck a vehicle that was turning left in front of him. How important is it for due regard and not getting distracted by the electronic devices, the radar, the weather stations?
One, there's no excuse. I'm just going to tell you that there's a lot of talk in law enforcement right now about speed. All right. I know because of I-35 at night that my car shuts off at 121 miles an hour. Do you know how many times my car has hit 121 miles an hour? Anybody want to take a guess? Twice. Once because I wanted to see how fast it would go and nobody was on the road when I first got it. And the second one time, one of my officers was being assaulted on I-35. And if I could have made it go faster, I would have. That's the only time I drive a Dodge Durango. It's an SUV. Do I really want to be running 100 miles an hour in an SUV and make a curve? Do I really want to do that safety wise? I mean, God, how many of the old guys are in here? I'm old. Crown Victorias between 90 and 100 mile an hour, the front end walked on every one of them I ever drove.
Unless you're 6'6".
They were dangerous. At 90 to 100 miles an hour, a Crown Victoria was dangerous. Anyone I've ever driven.
They're fun to drive though.
Oh yeah.
You
Sling the butt in and them things around. This all-wheel drive. The first time I ever got in an all-wheel drive vehicle, I almost ran it right through a Pizza Hut because it didn't drift.
I think we had a couple questions back this way.
Hi, my name's Cody from Nebraska. I have one quick question, last question on the lights. I'm not big into having a bunch of lights on my car, but I was wondering if there's any suggestion you have to help specifically when you're driving in driving rain, just to make like your rear end a little bit more visible, especially at night. That is not necessarily too bright to be blinding, but just enough to make you more visible, because as we know, as storm chasers driving at night in an HP supercell trying to get away from it, it can be very, very difficult to see the cars in front of you.
I think you'd be surprised about a steady burn. Maybe corner. So you have your tail lights already. Maybe putting 2 corners on with a steady burn.
Yeah.
And leave the front lights off. Y'all need to isolate your front and back lights. Yeah. You need to be able to turn your rear lights on without having your front lights on. Mine is set up where position 1 is all my rear lights, and then in position 2 I get everything else. Because you don't want to be driving rain again with flashback. I mean, have you guys ever tried to drive in heavy snow or rain with emergency lights on? It's blinding. I don't even want them on. I don't even want my bright lights on. My headlights.
Yeah, my thing, I'm kind of one of the old school chasers, and I never had lights on my cars or trucks. So I don't know if there is this feature. Is there a dimming feature? Like on my patrol cars, I could dim it down if it was bad rain. Why? I mean, like, okay. So they're probably not going to be too cheap or affordable, but if you guys have that capability, I'd get that, because a lot of these ambers I'm seeing are way, way too bright. So, Gerard?
Yeah, but we don't want Bob to break an ankle.
I was going to actually answer him because it's a little easier. The cheapest solution you can get where it's reflective is just the really bright reflective tape. You can pick that stuff up in hardware stores. Put it on your bumpers, put it on the sides, put it anywhere from all angles. You don't have to run electrical wires. You don't have to do anything, and people can see you a whole lot easier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, you could throw a switch on your brake lights. And I was going to bring that up. The hazard lights that are on your cars now, I think those are sufficient. I don't really think that ambers are needed, but throwing your switches on your brake lights and doing it that way, I think would be the most cost-efficient way to do that. Do we have any other?
I actually have a question for probably both or all three of you up there.
Where you at? Sorry, I can't see.
Right here.
Okay, here, yeah, right.
Eddie, you mentioned a slide about bragging rights and chasing to get the best footage for bragging rights and stuff like that. And I think I saw most hands in here went up for chasing 10 years or less.
Right.
Do you believe that's related to certain TV shows that have been on approximately 10 years ago, or cell phone and advances in technology?
Well, I think it's both. I've been around like flip phone era when you didn't even have radar on there. So the influx of new technology helping us do our jobs better, and I'd say us as storm chasers, not as my official job, but that TV shows kind of popularizing it. And then also, yeah, social media. It's just people, when storm chasing started, like I was talking with, or about Al Moeller, he was talking about chasing was for forecasting, giving that ground truth on that now. Whereas now, no one's reporting anything that you see. It's all, unless you put it on Twitter or something like that. But I think the reason why people chase down is way different than that, and I think that's what's creating the issue.
And I think it's more than that, but I want everybody to be clear on this, right? How many of us have been in the Arklatex region or either parts of the country where radar's not sufficient? Do you think the National Weather Service still needs us, right? Do you think that technology makes a difference now, though? Because those times, how many years went by in these areas that no reports got out and they can't see it on radar? There's no warnings going out. I'm going to Rick Smith is going to be having a presentation tomorrow. He's the warning forecast meteorologist in charge of Norman. And he's going to have he's got a lot of stuff tomorrow that's going to answer some of that. But as a whole, there's two things that what you bring up that you got to remember that has to happen with technology and us being out there in force. I can't think of a month where we don't have chasers out now somewhere. These two guys, he's a supervisor in our town, right? That him and the fire department and our chief is responsible for anything that happens in that town on emergency services, fire, state resources, if a tornado hits Davis, Oklahoma. Don't you think he wants to know something's coming at his town? 3 o'clock in the morning when nobody's really out public-wise? One of us is going to be out. And they've got to have that. Same with him as an emergency manager in his county. So yeah, does it suck having more people on the road? Yeah, but just think about what we're doing, helping the public still. I mean, most people are like, oh, you don't help the public. Yeah, we do. We do all the time. I can't tell you how many times I physically call the National Weather Service. They had no clue. And it's because of people like us that are doing that. So I don't want you to feel like just because of a TV show, there's a lot more chasers out there, that's a bad thing. I don't look at it as a bad thing. I think if you look at it on the public safety side of things, it's a good thing. Microphone.
I just call him on the phone and he goes, let me check the radar.
Any more questions?
But to piggyback off that, make sure you guys get your reports. Us as EMs depend on those. I'm a one-man shop in my county. I have no employees underneath me. So as many reports as you guys can get in, I know it takes time, but I think it's so streamlined now that you can get them in pretty quickly. But report, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a few things when we're talking about safety. Right here.
Gotcha.
A couple things I've encountered as a chaser. Driving down the highway, and I've seen another car stopped right in front of me they didn't pull off on the shoulder, and there was a shoulder available, but they stopped their car right in the center of the highway. And I've seen this a couple of times. I was in the Texas Panhandle. This wasn't a chaser, but it was somebody that didn't want hail damage to their car going down I-40, heading back to Oklahoma. They stopped under the overpass, doing 70, and they just stopped their car. And it's like, that's some of the things. The other hazards that I've encountered, just last spring I was in Arkansas on a tornado, and it there was just enough wind. There was a tree that was loose, and all of a sudden I'm doing 70. There's a tree that fell right in the highway in front of me. Fortunately, no one was coming the other direction. There's just some of the hazards, but we were talking about emergency lights on vehicles during the El Reno 2013 tornado. What I saw were several chasers using lights, excuse me, to gain an advantage so they could get those bragging rights. And this has been one of my questions as a chaser is what is actually legal with lights? Because the other gentleman there from Kansas, he said that no lights are Kansas. It varies from state to state. I see chasers using everything, and I see them all using that as advantage. To try to weave through traffic, but when that 2013 Orlando tornado, that was the most egregious that I had seen. And if there's some sort of standard that could be established so that we all know what is legal or not, then this is a little bit also off topic, but I want to bring this up. I was in South Dakota last year, and I had decided to go back to Nebraska, and I saw a big storm there. But one of the things with the National Weather Service that I would like to see them do is get one unified number, because as a chaser, every portion of the country has their own division. And then, like, for me to have to look up, like, okay, where am I at now? Which place I want to call to report that? Because that tornado was not recorded. They did not register it. There were 3 tornadoes coming down at one time. It was a whopper, and it turned into a big, giant thing. So I would like to see the National Weather Service make that easier for chasers so we can get that in. Because I tried to call on this department, that department, and that sort of thing. And so as the eyes on the ground, I'd like to see something happen there.
So
Thank
I'm
you.
going to just kind of, there's a lot there. So I'm going to start from the top, which you talked about with the lighting. Every state, like he said, every state is different, right? So it's hard. It's our responsibility to know what state you're in those laws. I can tell you in Oklahoma, if you're breaking a law, if I'm on duty in Davis, Oklahoma, and I've done it, if I'm in Davis and you're breaking the law towards passing, towards running people off the road, I have a book that he hands me that's this thick in traffic laws. I can find something, okay? So within that, you're gonna break laws, but to gain an advantage, you're putting yourself into a situation of what he just went over in his presentation, right? You're putting other people's lives in danger by doing that. So it's a responsible of policing our own and calling it out. Can we do anything unless a police officer's there to see it? No, right? I can't do anything up in Ellis County unless I'm in my jurisdiction. There's nothing I can do about it. Now I can say, hey, this isn't okay, and I've done it several times. I know there was a recent interaction of a chaser in Oklahoma City here recently where a police officer didn't write a ticket but got their butt chewed. Be prepared to get your butt chewed. Did he get a ticket? No. So with that being said, taking that advantage is not right. It's against our etiquette, but you're not going to stop it. I'm going to be honest with you. Unless a police officer is there to see that at that time, and especially with a 2.5 mile wide tornado going in towards a town, that's the least of our worries. And unfortunately, how do we stop it? You need to write your legislators. The only way we're going to be able to stop the overpass situation and everything else that we've got going on that you'd mentioned is you're going to have to write legislators. It's going to have to be legislated in your state to really enforce those. Also, your local police departments. How many times did your local public come up and complain about traffic? Hell, I worked 2 weeks ago and wrote 8 tickets in a day because of trucks going through an intersection almost killing people. We did special enforcement on it. But it's going to have to, it's a partnership. And that's what we're trying to start here is a partnership with the community to try to fix some of this stuff. I could tell you what you're talking about right now with the overpasses, with the people stopping in those roads. It's horrible. And it's everywhere. It's in all 50 states. It's going to take legislative effort to stop that. It's probably not, because we don't have the manpower, guys. We just don't. The other part, your last question, our comment was towards the National Weather Service. Are you familiar with Spotter Network? I'm a very big proponent of the Spotter Network for one reason. And Randy was supposed to be here to help us today on this end of it, but he couldn't make it. Randy Denzer is on the board as a public servant for just Spotter Network, and I'm a proponent for Spotter Network because if you have to have a GPS for it to work, right? With that GPS, it will find the National Weather Service that you're in and send that report automatically. Some people don't know about it. Some people do know about it. There's a whole debate of their icon should be public. We get it. That's a debate that we've been having for decades. But it has its good purposes, and that's why I recommend that, because you may not know what WFO you're in, Morning Forecast Office for you guys newer people. And that Spotter Network will actually find that National Weather Service office for you. And that, and it actually provides the phone number on the app that you can put on your computers. It literally has the phone number for you to call. Mark.
Here we go. An app called M-Ping goes straight to the warning meteorologist for what area you push it to. So you don't have to know. You just get the app for M-Ping and hit what you have, and it pops up an alert right at the warning meteorologist's desk.
Do I have any NSSL people in here by any chance right now? I don't. Okay. I know there's some coming and just not here right now. I will try. Thank you. That's actually a good point. Some point this weekend, I'm going to try to get somebody from the NSSL because that's an in-ping thing, the NSSL. I'm going to try to get them to talk about that a little more because I think that's a great thing. It's actually the easiest thing you can do to report now on your phones.
Well, and one last thing, I'm sorry. Also I'm a big proponent on hashtags and things of that sort. Use hashtag KSWX, OKWXTX, WX. Those weather service offices they look at that stuff, probably even more so than other things. So
TweetDeck.
Yeah.
You see them on there. You'll see Rick Smith posted all the time to National Weather Service in Norman. You'll see TweetDeck. So when you hashtag the National Weather Service they're getting those messages, and it's on their TweetDeck. They literally have a forecaster looking at Twitter at all times.
That's all they do is look at social media.
So. And I'll let Rick talk about that tomorrow. That's part of what he's going to talk about. Any more questions? We're kind of starting to go low on time. Hold on one sec. We got a microphone coming. Right. Hold on, Erik. We'll go here and then, yeah, hold on. Sorry. We just got people way back in the corners that can't hear.
While that microphone's going, the other thing that I lost you wherever it was when you were talking a while ago. You mentioned driving 70 miles an hour and somebody stopped in the highway. We can't stop people from doing stupid things. That's if they ever stop doing that, I don't have a job anymore. But I mean, you just can't. But let me tell you this: there is such thing as driving too fast for conditions. If the speed limit is 70 or 75 and it's pouring down rain, that doesn't mean that you have to drive 70 or 75. Slow down. That's that thing I was talking about a while ago with speed. Slow down.
You good now?
Yeah, I'll go with your question.
So you're with EMA, and in our county, we live up in Ohio. It's storm ready. I imagine you guys have that down here too. So,
yep.
When you get in the reports from people like us out there chasing, spotting for the county that day, how fast do you get those, and where do you look primarily? What type of information are you looking for when we're out there?
So any reports that I'll take are severe level reports. So hail over an inch, winds over 58, or I just do 60 just to make it easy. And then rainfall. Those are the things that I need to know. Anything below that, it's nice to know about, but I don't really. It's the severe stuff that will warrant a warning that I need to let my people know, and then the Weather Service know too, that we're seeing that stuff.
You know, him too. I mean, we have Turner Falls Park, and there's some weekends in the summer and early late spring, we have 10,000 people out there. Oh, that's right. When did we? Oh, I don't know.
This year.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, but 55. So our population, to give you an idea, the population of Davis is 2,650. Any weekend at Turner Falls in the summer, we'll put 5,500 people in there every day.
Yeah.
And there's not a shelter in there. Get against a rock.
So anything, like even in the summertime, those hail reports, those lightning reports, well, not lightning reports, but hail reports mainly. It's a big deal. Wind reports. Anybody else? Yeah.
I think Bob was waiting on one for a while.
Bob, go ahead.
Hi. Other than the below 100, across the board for the chasing community, what can chasers do to be better professionals to help serve y'all for our true purpose for ground truth and public safety? Because it seems like lately that's gone way past what the true goal is with social media and videos. For those of us that really want to help the public, how can we be better professionals to y'all and the public?
I love that, actually, because I'm gonna tell you that when I'm in if it's severe, I get activated, meaning my boots go on, I'm in my car, and I'm out in it with y'all. So I'm not looking. The last thing that I'm gonna do is pull out my phone and look at social media. But if you see something that's pertinent that can help me out, then know the local non-emergency numbers, and obviously 911. If it's bad, call 911. Let us know. You see. It's talking about the car stopped in the middle of the road. Somebody slams into it. There's a million things going on. Tornado on the ground. That's a good phone call to make right there.
Let's talk about that. This is Ashton Cook, everybody. Dr. Ashton Cook, he's going to have he's going to be teaching our meteorology. He's got some insight on what we're talking about, and I'm going to let you go ahead and talk about.
Okay, I'm not on the spot or anything.
Yeah.
So I used to work at SPC. I recently moved to WPC, and in both areas of responsibility, I had severe thunderstorm forecast responsibility for the short term, 1 to 6 hours, and also now flash flood responsibility, 1 to 6 hours. And LSRs are huge. So for us, when I hear questions,
local storm reports, everybody.
Yeah,
LSRs,
LSRs, local storm reports, yes. But those local storm reports are official. They come from the offices. But they get that information from people out in the field. They get the information from reports, from helicopters, all sorts. And chasers are a big part of that. So I just wanted to reiterate that, just mention that it's a really important part of our job to know what's happening in real time to help us understand what the real threat is downstream as we're forecasting.
Yeah, give it the up. All right. We've only got time probably for one more question. Go ahead.
I was just going to make a comment, especially for the new people out there. I do support the reflective on the back of your vehicle. The purpose of lights for me is if I come across a hazard, like if there's power lines going across the road or trees down in the road, I personally don't find any reason for your vehicle being in motion. If you come into an area that's been leveled by a tornado, I could see having your lights on while you're moving, so people might see that maybe they can flag you down. That's my thought on that. And then if you're chasing, especially if you're new, I would definitely try to get a friend of yours to be the driver, and then you can do all the social media and technology stuff in the vehicle and just be safe.
All right. So thank you guys. Appreciate everything here.
I got 2 hours to talk to you guys, and I love sweet tea, so I decided to bring a little bit up here with me to help give the talk. But hey, it's an honor. I thank you for inviting me, and I'm grateful to be up here in front of you to talk about my passion and what I have done for a living. I just live such a blessed life. It's nice to be able to go to work and do something you love to do, and that's where I am. So I'll move forward. Whoops, we've already skipped the slide. So a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Little Rock, Arkansas, at the very tip of the blue arrow. Now the white lines on that map are tornado tracks. This was one of my first encounters with weather. This is before I knew anything about chasing. I barely knew anything about supercells, let alone. And yet we have this violent tornado that passes just south of where I live. We have a wall of trees in my backyard, so I couldn't see anything. But I knew something was wrong because the power went out before the storm hit. Usually the power went out in the height of the storm. In this instance, the power went out before the storm hit. We'd heard the sirens. We knew it was bad. We knew it was bad back in Arkadelphia. And I have a story about this tornado, actually. I had a chance to talk with a county sheriff just south of me in Saline County. And when I talked to him, I asked him about his experience with the tornado. He said that that tornado had picked up a school bus and wrapped it about 40 foot high in a tree, just wrapped it around the tree. There was another mailbox that was deposited on the street that I live off of that was from Arkadelphia with mail still inside. Just crazy how bad that storm was. But my first significant encounter with weather actually happened when I was 3 years old. We live in a mobile home in Southwest Little Rock that got hit by a tornado. And it picked us up and it set us back down. And I'll never forget it. Like, I was 3 years old, but I still remember aspects of the day. Like, I remember the sky being kind of like a light milky gray, and I recognize it now as ample. So it was just a fascinating day. So I was terrified of storms all throughout my teenage years. And then when I got to high school, it kind of evolved into a passion. And so with that, I decided to pick up studies with it. I went to Jackson State to get my first immersion into meteorology, and then things just kind of went from there. Here's radar images, and I'm just going to walk down here and just talk a little bit. So there's a red dot on this screen right there. And I know we're in beginner's class, but I know there's some people in here that understand what this is. Bad news. right? Real bad news. And I live at the dot. I'm at home when this is all happening. And it just barely passed to the south of the dot. If I had known then what I know now, there was no way I would have stayed at home. I'd have been gone. I'd have been out, probably not chasing, because my family doesn't really like it that I chase, but we would have got out the way. We wouldn't have stayed there. Oops. All right. So I went to Jackson State for undergrad. I went to the University of Oklahoma for my master's and my PhD. I became the first African-American male to earn a PhD from the School of Meteorology. I did that studying, thanks you guys. I did that studying the El Nino La Nina relationship to winter and spring tornado outbreaks. And we'll talk a bit about that in the second presentation, just briefly. Boomer Sooner. There were some challenges, there were some good times, there was some great football, there were some pretty cool presidents in there. You know, Jesus is a Sooner fan. I kind of like that. Praise the Lord. And that's me being featured by the Weather Channel there on the lower right for Black History Month. This was huge for me, huge for my family. It was such a good experience in the end. So we'll talk a little bit about weather forecasting and storm chasing. And I've kind of laid the structure out here, but as Erik said, this is intended to be very interactive, no bad question. Feel free to ask me and sit down and kind of talk about it with the information I have there in the slides. But we'll talk a little bit about the ingredients-based approach for severe storms forecasting. And then we'll talk next about the basic synoptic patterns for severe storms, which actually happen pretty often. But it's the details within those synoptic scale patterns that, in turn, can influence how tornadoes come together, or if they don't even form at all, or how many there are, how strong they are, how intense they are. Now, synoptic. Synoptic means overview. So when we talk about synoptic meteorology for storm chasing or for severe weather, we're usually talking about several states or a region or part of the country, like the Southeast or the Great Plains, something like that. We'll talk a little bit about mesoscale influences for tornado occurrence, but this is a basic class or basic talk, and we may not be able to get to all the details. We're certainly not an hour. Some of that gets really complicated. But we'll also give a brief interpretation of radar and talk a bit about hazards around supercells. Disclaimer, storm chasing is dangerous. Don't go out storm chasing and then say, hey, Ashton said this is gonna happen if we went in this direction. And then next thing you know, people are coming after me. Don't do that, no. I'm gonna talk about what I've experienced in the field, but things are rapidly evolving, things are changing. Chaser convergence is a big deal right now. It wasn't as much when I was coming here. It was beginning to be a problem. And it's probably more so now than ever. Okay, ingredients. There's 4 basic ingredients for severe thunderstorms. There's moisture, lift, instability, and shear. And if you're missing any one of those ingredients, you can either eliminate severe weather risk altogether, or you can limit it and cause it to be very short-lived. So our first ingredient is a source of moisture. Oftentimes, we refer to the Gulf of Mexico as our source of moisture. What happens is, this is a relatively warm body of water, ranges anywhere from 70 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit any given time of the year. But when air sits over that warm, moist body of water, it modifies, it heats up, it becomes very moist, very humid. So if you hate humidity, this is what you have to blame. But anyway, when storm systems move through, that air gets drawn into the central U.S., southern U.S., sometimes way up into Canada, and that can fuel thunderstorms. There's also surface boundaries, and there's a number of these that can, well, actually, no, let me step back. There's sources of lift, and there's a number of sources of lift that can influence the character and the nature of severe storms. There's more obvious ones like cold fronts that sweep through and interact with the moisture that's in place and causes air to rise and then fall down as rain, form cold pools, things like that. But then there's less obvious ones like draw lines. Draw lines basically separate warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico from drier air that originates from the mountains and the higher terrain west, so like western U.S. There's also warm fronts. Sometimes warmer fronts can produce severe thunderstorms that can produce tornadoes in the right environment. There's also outflow boundaries that result from prior convection that can just kind of lay down and cook, or they can be active and they can regenerate convection. We deal with a lot of that in flash flood forecasting. And then there's also these subtle middle upper level waves, and they're a little bit harder to quantify in terms of weather forecasting, but we know them when we see them because we look at satellite imagery and we look at fields like what you see on the lower right, which give us an idea of the jet structure and how the jets can interact and cause lift in certain layers of the atmosphere above the ground to help us get severe storms started. And that'll be a topic I'll talk more about in the advanced class. But generally speaking, and I'm going to reference a guy I really look up to, Steve Graffiti, on this one. But generally speaking, there's a basic rule in severe weather forecasting: confluence below, convergence below, diffluence aloft, air spreading aloft at the top. That usually means that the air will rise, updraft, and you'll get thunderstorms that way in most cases. So there's also sources of instability. And again, I've kind of touched on this already, but this is a SKU-T diagram. This is a beginner's class. So I don't expect everyone to understand exactly what that means. But generally speaking, the lower levels in that sounding are warmer than the levels higher up. If you warm the lower part of that atmosphere, you get instability that way. The other way to get instability is to cool the parts of the atmosphere that are above that 500 line or that 300 line. Oftentimes in big severe outbreaks, both of those processes are happening at the same time. And then there's also vertical wind shear. Now, we have to have shear because if we get thunderstorms to go up, what'll happen is the air within the parcels that support the thunderstorm will cool, condense, they'll fall down as rain, but they'll also drag down the air from aloft down to the surface and spread out. That's what's called development of cold pools. Well, if you don't get the updraft to move off of the cold pool, the updraft will eventually choke off and die. So what happens is when we have shear, essentially these thunderstorms tilt in one direction so that the cold pool forms in one part of the thunderstorm and the updraft can still maintain its connection to the warm moist air mass that we got from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's how shear works, and that's how sometimes they can help support long-lived supercells, long-lived thunderstorms with tornadoes. Just about any time you hear of anyone talking about long-track thunderstorms, long-track tornadoes, vertical shear is almost a must. All right, so bringing it all together. This is a classic diagram from the 80s. I actually used a version of this in my dissertation as well. But essentially, when mid-level systems move in from out of the western U.S., they interact with air coming off the Gulf of Mexico. And you see the red arrow there, that's the low-level jet bringing in air from off the Gulf of Mexico. But because that system is moving in from the west, often there's cooling aloft associated with that to generate instability. There's usually fronts nearby. There can be all types of fronts in more complicated situations. And then there's a couple of jets that actually help to evacuate air aloft to help get lift. This happens pretty often, actually, in most severe storm cases. However, it's the details that actually can kind of influence how severe the weather will get. How unstable is it? Are there boundaries to kind of help influence where storms form? And what does the low-level shear profiles look like? Now, supercells are a special type of severe thunderstorm, okay? They acquire updraft rotation during their development, and they are heavily reliant on both shear and instability. Without shear, any supercell you get will be short-lived, And any tornado that might form from a supercell will, for one, will be pretty rare, and it also be short-lived. Sometimes they rely on favorable interactions with surface boundaries. Again, that's a very complicated process that's probably more suited for the advanced course, and that's something that even regular forecasters struggle with from time to time. How will this boundary influence the supercell? How will the shear, how will the vorticity or the amount of spin get ingested into the cell? And will that favorably help the storm to produce a tornado, or will it not? That's like a cutting edge boundary of severe weather research. And then again, supercells are associated with your most prolific tornado producers. It's very rare to get a violent tornado occur in a general thunderstorm. Usually there's a supercell that's very powerful, that has lots of shear, lots of instability to leverage. Now, pop quiz. Question for you guys. We're talking about visualizing supercells in the field. By show of hands, who thinks that's a supercell that I'm looking at? Okay, who doesn't think that's a supercell? Alrighty, so there's two reasons for me showing this and giving you guys this pop quiz, but there's a lot of no's and I saw one yes. Who would be willing to tell me why they don't think it's a supercell? Yep. But there's low clouds in the picture. They're low to the ground. Yep. So this is a very interesting looking multi-cell storm that formed over Little Rock when I was visiting last year in September. The clouds were interesting. You could almost make out maybe there's like some inflow or some scud tags that are kind of streaming toward that base that's really low to the ground. But nope, there was no rotation. All right. Tornado precursors involve low cloud bases that are usually rain-free, but not always. Sometimes tornadoes do develop in rain columns. They have to have rotation pretty much. I mean, it's rare to get a tornado without rotation. That's almost the definition of a tornado. But as the gentleman in the back mentioned, there's usually banded or striated features streaming into the wall cloud. That's an indication that the updraft is ingesting some sort of vorticity in the atmosphere to get its rotation and then to begin to produce a tornado. Now, is this a supercell? And I will, I'll play that for a bit. It's a time lapse. Actually, this is one of the prettiest supercells I've ever seen. And and I'm really fortunate that we got this because we left for our target late in the day. And most people had gone either to northern Oklahoma or far southern Oklahoma, and we caught this kind of like a needle in a haystack. All right, that's the same system a little bit closer to us. Now notice something, there's a band there off to the east, and it's kind of hard to see. It's a little bit easier to see when the storm is farther away. But that's streaming right into this updraft, and this updraft is in 7,000 Cape, if anyone's familiar with that. So you don't imagine that the updraft is very powerful, it's very strong, and it's racing through the atmosphere. And in fact, it's racing so quickly through the atmosphere, there's actually rotors on the side of the updraft as the updraft is racing through. There's also a nice focused narrow column of air rising within that updraft that you can kind of make out and see. And I'll play it again for everybody to take a look at. And playing, yeah, there we go. There's actually a weak tornado that forms underneath that rotating updraft as that picture is happening. So this was a supercell near Castle, Oklahoma, again with a narrow, stout updraft with apparent rotation, and there's banded features off to the east and the northeast of the updraft streaming right into the updraft to let me know that there's vorticity ingest or spin ingest being tilted into the updraft and causing that rotation to occur. We also had radar confirmation. I had people with me who were looking at radar concurrently as we were watching this. And, uh-oh, that's not good. Lost the signal. Okay, all right, we're back. Yes, okay. So I have a basic rule for interpreting radar. Green in, red out. So anytime I see a velocity picture, that's how I keep it straight in my mind that I'm looking at some sort of shear. Green is in, toward the radar, red is out, away from the radar. But you can see this nice pretty diagram off to the left of the picture, and pretty much the same process happening in the middle picture with the hook co-located with the rotating updraft that we just saw. So what's happening there is rainfall is falling around the updraft and spinning around the updraft. That's how that hook forms, okay? And you can also kind of justify that too with the velocity. So we're looking at a radar from Oklahoma City. So green returns are indicating air going back toward Oklahoma City, and then red returns are air coming out from Oklahoma City toward us. When they're together like that, that means that there's an indication of rotation. This is a clear classic signature. Now there's a lot going on here too, and one of the things that Erik wanted me to talk about a bit was interpreting radar velocities. It's not always clean and it's not always clear. There's another area there of green in and red out. Just to the north of a separate area, I'll just come up here and point it out. This area is rotation, and it's pretty close to each other, and so that's an indication that there's possibly a tornado going on in here. We actually visually confirmed that there was a tornado happening. But there's other returns in here, and so I know this is a beginner class, but what do you think that might represent for someone who might be a little bit more advanced than a beginner? Okay. Any other guesses? I see another hand back in the back. Not quite. Nope. Any other? Could be, but in this case, I don't think it is. I can't hear you, I'm sorry. That's a great answer, and and that's a plausible solution. But what I think is actually happening, and I don't have it to show you here, but there's cyclonic rotation happening here, where air going out toward us and then air coming back toward us. So there's a cyclone in there. But there's also an anticyclone. So that's an area rotation rotating opposite of what tornadoes normally do. But this is difficult to kind of interpret in real time. And if there's a ton of rain around, like there is in here, it can be nearly impossible to see it. So radar is good because radar will allow us to see up in the storm how the storm is behaving. It's the rotation in the storm, we can identify that. But that doesn't necessarily tell us all the time that there's a tornado happening at the surface. And so that's why the reports are so important, like we talked about in the last session. So there's that. We'll move forward. There's a lot of these that we can cover and go through to just kind of get a feel for what radar and what mesocyclones look like in a storm. All right. Now I don't think there's a doubt here that we're dealing with something powerful. Okay. Again, green in, red out. So relative to the radar, if you have green, that means air is coming in toward the radar. If you have red, that means red is going out toward the radar. So in this particular instance, there's a radar from Memphis detecting very strong inbounds right next to very strong outbounds. Probably one of the more powerful signatures of 2021 in northeastern Arkansas. That's a very powerful tornado. Rated 4, I believe. But there's some features in here that are important for understanding and interpreting this in a way that makes sense so that we know that there's a tornado actually happening here. These are called correlation coefficients, and they are a very detailed term that I don't really think we should go into right now because it's super technical. But essentially, when the correlations drop out like that, very near this signature, that's a strong indication that there's debris flying in the air. Debris can be very irregular in size. It can be anything small as a fork from a kitchen, all the way to a refrigerator, a roof, part of a car, all of that. So one of the things that I look for when I'm interpreting radar is if this is happening near or underneath or on top of an area of rotation in a hook echo, that's like 3 separate signatures that something very bad is happening at the ground. All right? But it's important that they're co-located, because if they're not co-located, say for instance, you want to interpret the correlation dropouts down here, but the velocities are strongest in here, that's an inconsistent signal. And there may be time for you to look for other clues to make sure that there's a real tornado in the area or not. But this is like obvious. This is like high-end, clean stuff. I have an example in here that's actually not as clean, but it gives you guys a good idea of kind of what we deal with in the forecast desk on a daily basis. But we'll talk about this first. So this is an image that my colleague Alex Lamers created. And it essentially gives a general idea of tornado intensity estimates in real time. So there's ways for you to basically take whatever your favorite radar app is and look at the velocities, see if there's a co-located correlation coefficient dropout, see if there's a hook echo, especially if that hook echo has really high reflectivities within it. All of those are strong indications of a tornado, and you can actually take the measurements of the wind speed around that hook echo and have a real-time estimate of whether the tornado's strong or violent. So that's why we get Twitter heroes sometimes that'll look at radar because they've had just a little bit of this, and they say, hey, wait a minute, that's 55 knots of inbound versus 75 knots of outbound. And they're not issuing a warning. What's going on here? What is this? So, and I just look at them and just kind of, I don't respond because it's like, it's not even worth it for me. But the radar, the velocities, anytime you remotely sense something, there's almost always going to be uncertainty. And you'll need help from either people in the field or knowledge of the environment that hook echo is in to really understand what's happening beneath that storm. So chasers, again, they've kind of gotten a bad rap over the years, but I actually appreciate them because anyone who's out there telling me what's happening at the ground is my friend as a forecaster. Just don't be irresponsible about it. Okay. I think that covers everything. Oh, one thing I want to mention too, these are kind of floating around in various versions across the internet. So there's multiple ways to kind of interpret these, and there's other details. And there's one more thing I forgot to mention, actually, and it has to do with the hook echo and locally high reflectivities in the hook, co-located with all of these other features, the strong gate-to-gate signature, the inbounds against outbounds indicating cyclonic vorticity, the CC dropout. This is probably debris. Most likely this is debris, especially with all the other signatures and indications happening at that place at the same time. All right. This is that same supercell that we looked at in northeast Arkansas as it made its way into far southeastern Missouri. And again, same hook, southwest of Haiti, Missouri, CC dropout, and not only that, but CC dropout, the CC correlation coefficient, the CC dropout, which is basically a minimum in the hook echo, that's been persistent for multiple scans now. So when you see a signature like that that's lasted for a long time, there's usually high confidence that something really significant is going on and it's lasted a while. So you can say with a certain degree of confidence that there's probably a significant, if not violent tornado on the ground, and the warnings reflected that on that night. And again, there's also the velocity signature as well. And there's also shear products that are available in certain radar apps as well to kind of help to identify where the locations of shear are maximized near a storm. And again, if you have an updraft or you have a hook echo and these shear parameters are maximized near that hook echo, that the higher they are, the more likely there is that there's something happening beneath that. All right, here's another one. Same thing. There's a hook echo. Now, I like showing these because this hook echo is shaped a little different. You know, some of them, they don't have a complete hook around them. Some of them, like the hook is looked more open. In this particular case, the hook is completely surrounded by rain. Rain wrapped tornado moving 50 miles an hour at night. Violent. Not good. Not good. Now, fascinating for a scientist like me, but I wouldn't want to be in the path of it. Unless I were moving out of the path, then maybe we can discuss it. But all right, here's another example. Now, this is near Mayfield, Kentucky. And for those who don't know, something really bad happened there in December 2021. And this is an indication of that. So there's a hook echo with debris inside. But in that bottom image, there's some problems showing up in the radar velocities. Now, as a meteorologist, I deal with this a lot. I have to decide based on incomplete information what's happening at the ground. In this particular case, the velocities are not very consistent. There's some strong velocities in there, but sometimes these strong velocities are just ambient to the storm. I mean, there's strong winds in the atmosphere, especially the higher up you go. So, is there a tornado happening? Well, if I'm not 100% sure from that image, then what I need to do is look back at prior images, look at the environment, gauge reports, you know, all of that's really important. And then here's the last one. So we talked a lot about, you know, these classic supercell, you know, signatures that produce these strong tornadoes. But there's a problem here with areas of rotation and squall lines that produce tornadoes too. For a warning forecaster or a meteorologist that's trying to diagnose this stuff in real time, this is a warning nightmare. Now, this is just my opinion. You can talk to another warning forecaster and they maybe have it under control. But in my opinion, this is tough. Because what happens is, notice here in the image, actually, maybe I'll walk over here. I don't want to leave this side of the room neglected. I don't want to play favorites. I want to be fair. All right. So there's like 3 areas of candidates of rotation in here. But the question always is, which one of these 3, or are all 3, producing tornadoes? And that's not always easy, even with these signatures happening so close to the radar. So what happens as a warning forecaster, if I was in the warning forecaster's shoes, I don't want to miss a tornado, so I just warn on all of them. You know, but what happens is there are false alarms and there's warnings going out for signatures like this that may last for 5 minutes and then dissipate. Supercells tend to be longer lasting, but these QLCSs can be really brief and really short. And so, it's just a nightmare. It's very difficult to handle in a real-time warning environment. Okay, handoffs. This is where I get to quote some of my favorite football coaches. I used to play football a while back. Essentially, handoffs happen when there's a strong meso happening or maybe a tornado actually ongoing. But then another area of rotation forms along the flanking line south and southwest of the tornado that's ongoing. And I have a video. I wonder if the tech team can help me out. This is one of my favorites. When it's quiet on shift and I don't want to do any developmental work, I'll just pull up tornado videos and just look at it. Maybe I'm just a nerd like that, I don't know. But can someone on the tech team kind of help me out with this? If it's possible, I want to show the link that's linked in the slide there. And this isn't like the weak stuff. This is like high-end F4, F5 type stuff. So there's a tornado, or pretty close to a tornado. I would go ahead and call it a tornado maybe, but
I'm coming.
there we go. So that's a little bigger.
Come over here.
Cool to watch. If I had a little control over the, actually, yeah, you just saw it. So that's that one image. This is from March 13th, 1990. There's a second tornado actually happening right next to the first one. Okay. Eventually, well, I don't want to spoil it for you. Maybe I will. Eventually, what'll happen is the first tornado that you see on the left will weaken, and the second one becomes more dominant. And that's what you call a handoff. But why you have to keep your head on a swivel in these situations is that if I'm out here in this general area and I'm looking back maybe to the west, trying to see what this is going to do, and there's another gust front overhead, I need to keep a close eye on that gust front. Clearly, you're already in an environment where things are volatile. Things are spinning, things are unstable. Another updraft along that gust front could acquire rotation and quickly drop a tornado. And it has happened. So keep your head on a swivel. Don't get surprised. We'll just let it kind of play out. And while this is rolling, anybody got any questions, or did we just roll? I don't see any hands. There's a process going on here with that left tornado that's called an occlusion. We'll talk a little bit about it here in the next segment, in the next couple of slides. So, is the video done? Okay, great. All righty. Again, so I'll just kind of, and I'll go over here to be, go ahead. I need to go back and look at that event to make sure. So I don't want to give you a wrong answer. But my suspicion,
Sorry, this is Cody from Omaha once again. I was asking, I know that handoffs happen quite frequently, but I was wondering what in this situation allowed it to go from one violent tornado immediately to another violent tornado almost concurrently.
My guess, whenever I've seen that happen, is usually because the environment is that strongly sheared and that unstable. It takes an unusual combination of shear and instability on a very high level shear, high instability to get that type of phenomenon to happen. So that would be my guess. But I have to go back and actually look at the event. But given the fact that there were like multiple F5s happening, that's probably what's going on.
I think you kind of just explained it, but what would be the difference between a situation like that and something like Pilger, where they're actually kind of twins?
Good question. And I suspect, again, I haven't looked at Pilger in a long time. I was actually working that day when it happened, but it's been, 5 or 6 years now? But again, same environment. There's a vorticity-rich environment, and I don't remember if there was a warm front involved in Pilger or not, but there was a tremendous amount of instability. I remember there being strong lapse rates aloft, which for anyone who's not familiar with lapse rates, it's basically the rate at which the air cools from the low levels to the upper levels. The faster it cools, the more unstable the atmosphere is. But in that particular case, the environment was extreme with instability. And what happens with these thunderstorms is when the instability is extreme and those parcels are rising, the stretching part of the storm the stretching of the vorticity becomes a whole lot more efficient. So that's why people are advised to really be careful when big instability is around, because that can cause situations like that to be really volatile and actually unpredictable. That happened in El Reno in 2013 with that specific tornado. So again, if I'm sitting out here I wouldn't worry so much, but I would still kind of keep my eyes on it. But basically, watching the tornado and then watching this gust front. Those are the two areas I would look at keenly if I had any concern that there was going to be a handoff that would happen. So, all righty. Any other questions? Those are some good ones. Mm-hmm. Woo! Wow.
Yeah, did I just crawl down a rabbit hole with this one?
Class.
So, when you're forecasting severe thunderstorms, what is the most important ingredient you look at when determining whether storms will stay discrete or they will congeal, and how fast do they congeal?
Yeah, that's a good one. And I actually have a case in the next presentation that addresses that very thing in an event that I was forecasting back when I was at SBC in 2019. But generally speaking, to address that question, I would look at the degree of instability and the degree of capping. So that's the first thing. How strong is the cap? I think I might be able to, and I want to kind of describe this for everybody. There's a sounding in here, I believe, but it's way back. Yeah, here we go. All right, so basically, and I know this is kind of like a fast-paced, brief course, but this is what's called inhibition. That's a warm layer that tends to inhibit parcels from rising through it to the higher levels of the atmosphere. The stronger that is, the less likely there is to be a storm that forms. But there's also this part of the atmosphere. And this is where your mid-level waves can come through, or some weak perturbation can come through and actually weaken this layer. So if that's a really strong perturbation, then I know that this layer is going to weaken, and that's going to allow storms to go up. So then the question becomes, how strong is that forcing? How strong is the forcing down here in the boundary layer? Is there a big cold front that's sweeping through? If so, that will cause storms in this profile to go linear pretty quick because they're all forced along the front and there's nothing able to form out ahead of the front. So, however, on the flip side of that, and what happens in a lot of tornado outbreaks is this area of inhibition, this warm layer that keeps things, like keeps a lid on things, so to speak, it weakens, but not enough to stop all the storms from forming, but enough to stop some of the storms from forming. And that we'll cover that in the next course, but essentially what happens is you get these cells that manage to break through that cap in areas where other cells aren't able to. And so that cell is all by itself. There's no interruption. There's no, disruption of inflow, no disruption of instability. And so because of that, it can kind of go on its own and meander and produce tornadoes all along its path. So if I see a scenario where the capping will be weak, but not weak enough to stop storms completely from developing, but a few or a handful will get going in a strongly shared environment, those ingredients, I would say, watch out, be careful. And again, I have examples. There's like 3 different cases that kind of cover this in a little more detail. So but it's a very complex, and it can give forecasters heartburn from time to time. So, let's see. We're down to 9 minutes, which is good. You guys are engaging. I appreciate it. Where were we? Yeah, handoffs. Okay.
Hey, Ashton.
All right.
Hey, Ashton. This is Erik. Are you good? How much time do you think more you need?
I might use the whole 9 minutes, but I don't know if I'll go farther than that.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know.
But yeah, we'll see. But I definitely want to break after this, and the next presentation is only 30 slides, so I'd like to take a break and enjoy my tea while I'm teaching. Okay, my own experience. All right, so picture this. I'm from Arkansas. I went home for break. On my way back, I see that my colleagues have issued a risk area for Texas. I can go down I-30 and then come up I-35 and be right back in time for work. So now obviously I'm not going to tell a lot of people that at the time, but now I can kind of share it more freely. But as I'm driving down I-30, I see dying supercell after dying supercell. And then I finally get to this beast on I-30, all right? So let's go back to the radar interpretation for the beginners, all right? There's a hook echo. Notice this hook echo is not like this perfect classic hook that you normally see in some of the other cells. It's a little more disjointed, a little more like there's a hook, but then you could maybe argue there's something in there. And then there's velocities too. Now that is pretty close to the radar, and those are very strong outbounds right against a small area inbounds with, and as you notice the later image, there was a CC dropout right on I-30. So I'm thinking, we're in business, but that's not good for the people that are on the road. There's some real impacts going on. So I stop and rock wall because I'm thinking, I've been driving 4 hours. This is probably the time to get gas if I'm gonna go into chase mode here. I go in, I warn people. Thankfully, people are actually aware that this is happening, but the cashiers, and I won't name the gas station, they're just oblivious. They're just working, taking people's money. I'm like, you guys, there's something serious going on down the road. You need to be aware just in case you get a big influx of customers. So I told them, did my civic duty, and then I decided to watch this cell as it drifted off to the north through Rowlett. And when I got to Rowlett, I didn't get in the video because it was so dark, but it was a beauty. I mean, I almost feel guilty admiring a storm like that despite all the damage it was doing at the ground. But there were striations and rotation and all of it being lit up by power flashes. So I knew there was something really big happening at the ground, but to be in that environment was it's just nothing like it. It's so cool. So anyway, I decide to follow the storm off to the north, well behind it. And I'm talking maybe 5 to 7 miles behind it. On the left, you see a parent meso. And you can kind of actually assume that that's the case from radar because, check this out. There's this one area here where there's inbounds and some range folding. So maybe there's a rotation in there, but there's a second one here that's actually on the ground that's got the CC men associated with it that's moving through Rowlett. So clearly there's something going on. I don't want to be east of it because I've been in situations where I've been east of a supercell that was producing 2 tornadoes at the same time. I saw one of them, but could only faintly get a glimpse of the other. And it was only when I went home and found out later through the storm surveys that I was looking at 2 tornadoes at the same time. So I didn't want to do that. What I wanted to do, and again, don't try this at home, but what I wanted to do was get behind the cell and let lightning from out of the forward flank backlight the rotation so that I could see what I could see. It's dark. I mean, I'm not expecting to see much. It's just cool to be out there with the thing, to be honest. But as it turns out, the road that I'm on curves to the northeast. And as it curves to the northeast, there's another tornado being uplit by a power flash in front of me as I'm following this thing. And I'm freaking out at this point. So basically, the remnants of the F4 that hit Rowlett are there on the left, and there's a second tornado that got much bigger by this time on the right. And I was there to see it. It was kind of cool. But again, I know it. My family looks at me and they're like, Ashton, what? But it's so fascinating, but so deadly at the same time. But anyway. All right, there's also occlusions, and I have 4 minutes left, so I'm going to just kind of move through this pretty quickly. And some of the occlusions have been popular for wrong reasons or bad reasons. But essentially what happens here is when tornadoes are beginning their weakening phase, which ultimately means that they're cut off from this warm fetch of air leading right into the area of rotation. They begin to occlude, but they don't always weaken right away. So, but when they occlude and they get detached from that warm air, from the ambient air away from the thunderstorm, they can veer to the left. That's usually their dying stage, but they do not always weaken. So, I think I got an example. Yeah, here we go. So here's an example of an occlusion that happened, and there's a video. Again, one of those, in my quiet time, I like to pull it up and just marvel because it's just nuts to me. But here's the noteworthy storm of the day that went through through this area actually, and then turned to the left and weakened. It occluded and weakened right in this area. But in the video that I'm going to show you, there's some people, and please cue the video up for me if you don't mind, and go to 32.5 minutes in, about 32:30, if you can. And then, all right. Yeah, things have really evolved since 99. Big time. But essentially what I'm about to show you, this video, it's nuts that they got the viewpoint that they got. And I love and I enjoy it, and they were in a dangerous spot. And people have died doing what they did, actually. And I think we're a little more familiar with it now than we used to be back in the earlier days of storm chasing. But I think that's probably a question for some of the other veteran chasers that'll be talking to you a little tomorrow.
Of South 89th Street.
All right.
Should stay
I don't think we're at
and McLean County, although
30,
large hail and
32
winds in Oklahoma
minutes.
County for you folks in South Oklahoma City.
This is a long video, so we don't have time to go through all of it.
South of South 89th Street.
But we just need to skip ahead. If you scroll the mouse down to the bottom, yeah, and just go to about in here somewhere.
It is gone.
Yeah, okay, so go back. About in here. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I feel like Bob Barker up here. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There you go. Okay. But up a little bit. The price is just a little bit off, but it's close. All right. Okay. Okay. Hopefully they kind of zoom out so you can kind of get a picture of what's happening here. Amazing shot, but
Get to the lowest level you possibly can. We plead with you, do not take the extra minute
let's
or
see.
two.
I need to get my bearings here. I think this is still west of 35. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Now they're north of the tornado. We'll go back to the schematic and show why that's so dangerous here in a second. And then, of course, this is more. And when I saw this, actually, my first time seeing this was late last year. And I was just like, you could ask the people I work with. I was just floored. I was just going nuts. So like, I can't believe this.
Safe spot now. Take your radio. Forget the live pictures. Go get safe. Oh my gosh. 89, South 89.
So yeah, that's a problem. But again, I'm about to show you a concept that's not exactly beginner, but
folks, we
still cool to
you,
see.
Just go.
They pan out.
Go to your safe spot. If you
that's a tornado.
Can.
They pan out.
That's an
and
F,
watch that. Look at
the
that.
horizontal vortex. That is an F4 to an F5 tornado. That's winds of 250
if you see that
miles an hour.
near a tornado, bad news. Real bad news. Okay. All righty. Okay. That's good with the video. Alrighty. Let me
Do not go outside. Stay where you're at. If you're in your car.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So this is a good way, and I'll show some love. Let me go over here. But this tornado turned to the left before it weakened. Now let's go back. Guess what? They're here. They're here. That's incredibly dangerous. But people do it. They chase. They get in the bear's cage is what they call that. And, it's volatile. It's dangerous. If you go to the north, you're dealing with the forward flank. The forward flank usually has hail. If you go to the south, you have a tornado to deal with. If you go west, you might still get hail because sometimes there's hail in the hook. And if you go east, if the storm occludes and turns left later, you might still be in trouble. So it's a dangerous place. All right. Okay. There's safety tips. How are we on time? Are we good? Can I cover these? Okay. All right, so great care is needed. And this is why a lot of people, a lot of chasers approach from the south, southeast, or east. Now, I'm not telling you to do it. I'm telling you this is what I do. Okay. Be careful of distracted driving. It's best to have people with you to interpret the meteorology while you navigate the road. And other distracted drivers, other people gawking at the weather, just like we are. And then chaser convergence. It had gotten so bad before I left that there were times when I would consider either a later target or stay in Norman for a while longer, let everybody run out and do their thing, and then see what's left and go get it. So, and it's worked, actually, it's worked sometimes. So, let's see. There's also the handoffs, we talked about that. There's the unusual behavior in volatile environments. Pilger is an example. El Reno 2013 is an example. There's rain wrap tornadoes that you can't always see. I was chasing a storm south of Norman, and it looked like there was barely a wall cloud, but I saw a signature on radar that looked like it was like maybe descending RFD from a loft. And within 5 minutes, we were on the road next to a tornado with very little escape options. It happened that fast. So we turned north. We managed to get north of it, but by the time we got to the nearest town to look back to the southwest, the rain had wrapped completely around the tornado like a shower curtain. We couldn't see it at all. But there were 2 other satellites to the north. So we did see that. There's also debris. I've heard of people losing tires from driving over nails or driving through debris, things like that. There's power lines down. It's just dangerous. There's the occlusions. We just talked about that. And there's the night chasing, which I did, but have to be really careful with that. Okay, I'd like a break, so let's reconvene in about 15 minutes. But if you have questions, there's my email, and I'll be around most of this evening, most of tomorrow afternoon, and a little bit of Sunday also. Okay, well, we're moving forward to the advanced class, and so there's 3 separate topics I want to cover in the advanced class. It's a little bit of a shorter presentation, in part because the topics, especially the first one, is so complex and so broad that there literally wasn't enough time to pull all the different case studies together to discuss all the different factors that could go into that type of severe weather forecasting problem. So I'll just go ahead and just start here. Can I have someone press play for me for that video there on the lower left? All right, so Erik asked me the question, when he asked me to talk, he wanted me to talk about why some storms produce and why some storms don't. And at first I just said, well, I'm happy to talk about severe weather, so let's do it. But then I got to thinking more about the problem. I'm thinking, holy cow, this is complex. So complex. And so can you hit restart for me on the lower left there? On the right there is the significant tornado parameter, if anyone's familiar with that. Generally speaking, around 1 is an important number for tornadoes. On this particular day, April 27, 2011, the sector parameter was peaking at about 10 to 12, which is astronomical. So essentially what that's indicating here is that we have a very strongly sheared, strongly unstable atmosphere that's in the upper echelon of what we look for in terms of environments to produce tornadoes. And of course, April 27, 2011 was a prolific day for violent tornadoes. There were many of them, F4, F5, all of that. And there's an image there on the left-hand side that shows the isolated cells that formed. And if you notice, those cells formed, but they didn't interact with each other or merge or form a cold pool and propagate and sweep through the warm sector and cool everything off, like a lot of severe weather outbreaks do. They were just kind of out. They were discrete. They were significant, obviously. They all had strong rotation. Some of them had strong tornadoes, violent tornadoes, things of that nature. Thankfully, let's move forward here. Here we go. Thankfully, April 27th doesn't happen every day or in every severe setup. That was more of like a generational outbreak like what we had in 1974. And if what happened in April 27, 2011 does happen, oftentimes it's on a much smaller scale, not the large scale that we saw on that day. Not just in Alabama, but for a large part of the country, even all the way up to New York. So keep in mind that, like we talked about in the previous discussion, in the previous presentation, there's 4 basic ingredients for severe storms: moisture, lift, instability, and shear. But there's a more particular set of ingredients for supercells. And just because you have more of any one of those ingredients doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll have more tornadoes or more strong tornadoes or stronger tornadoes in general. And so there's a number of forecast challenges that come up. And the gentleman there that asked about the inhibition really hit on a lot of what the forecast challenges that are outlined here in the 3 cases that I have. But there's a fundamental process. So if you're out chasing, like I've been out chasing, one of the things I like to keep in mind is just it's a fundamental process for tornadoes. There's an updraft ingesting low-level vorticity or spin in the atmosphere, sometimes in multiple ways. Failure modes occur in some synoptic scale setups. So when I was a forecaster at SPC, and I actually remember the 2019 event, sitting with Rich Thompson and Ryan Jewell in the forecast office, or in ops, and we were looking at comparing 2019 to the Wichita Falls outbreak in '74, and looking at some of the similarities and the differences. We think we pulled out the Grazoulis book, and we're looking at a lot of things. It was just kind of a cool moment. I actually have a picture on my phone remembering that because it was a cool moment for me. But there's failure modes, like in that particular event in 2019, what we'll get to, that occasionally show up. And when we are looking at high-end, high-impact, severe weather setups, then we begin to take a step back and say, okay, how can this fall apart? Because we've seen times where high risk didn't work out. We've seen times where we had slight risk that ended up overproducing. So we always kind of keep that in the back of our mind when we're looking at something high end, because there's an impact there. And it's important to get those right because we want people to trust us, And it's across all forecasts, not just for tornadoes, but for flash flooding also, like I'm involved in. Not all environments can successfully produce storms. Sometimes the inhibition is too strong and storms try to go, but they just can't overcome that warm layer in the mid-levels. Or something else in the models that the models maybe had, like maybe there's forcing from a wave that came out, but the wave slowed down until after dark, and so nothing happened. That's happened a few times. And led to some disappointed storm chasers. But not all supercells produce tornadoes, and there's reasons for that as well. And that's part of the forecast challenge. If we get a bunch of supercells out in the warm sector, what's the likelihood that they're going to interact? And or what's the likelihood that they'll produce tornadoes, or they'll be slightly elevated? We'll talk about that as well. And again, there's mesoscale influences. There's outflow boundaries sometimes that storms will track along, and that extra vorticity along an outflow boundary can be enough that when you stretch that in an updraft, it goes vertical. And so and we see that a lot actually. And there's times when you're out chasing and most storms aren't producing, but maybe 1 or 2. That's usually a clue in my experience. Okay, and again, disclaimer, I'm telling you a lot of stuff from my experience, but don't go out and use my experience and say, hey, I did something that you told me to do, and all of that. I don't want that, please. So anyway, the thing about April 27, 2011 was that there was a high cape, high shear environment in the warm sector out ahead of a cold front that was not very strong. And so, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of times cold fronts will just crash through the warm sector. And even when you get storms like that to form, they're isolated for maybe a couple of hours and then they end up forming a line. In this particular case, the cold front was way back in Mississippi and it wasn't that strong. And so what happened was as these cells kind of formed out in the warm sector, they had time to mature, they benefited and ingested that warm, moist, strongly sheared environment. They matured in that they developed stronger updrafts. There were pressure perturbations within the updrafts that kind of fed back on themselves, and they ended up producing these big tornadoes. Now, this points back to the question that I got in the earlier class. Here's a sounding from Birmingham at 0Z, pretty much toward late part of that particular episode in the outbreak. And I want you to notice something. Remember in the earlier sounding that I showed in the past presentation, how capped it was in this layer? In this particular case, there was a cap. There's a little bit of inhibition there that storms would have to struggle through to get past. What happens is, because there's a little bit of cap, but not too much of a cap, they can actually help only the strongest of the cells in that warm sector survive. So there's not too many cells forming in the warm sector, but there's just enough in this shared environment that when they do form, they rotate strongly and they do what we know what happened in April 27th. And when I was preparing this presentation, what I wanted to do was talk about how there's kind of a sweet spot. I've seen that process happen even in outbreaks that weren't necessarily anticipated, where we had a warm, strongly sheared, warm air mass, a very unstable sounding with strong shear, and there was just enough of an erosion of the cap to get the storms to form in just a few areas, but not be widespread and not interfere with each other. That was November, Thanksgiving actually, 2001 in Mississippi. And again, I didn't have time to put together the slides to actually show you that information, but it was a really interesting case for a number of reasons. The other case that, and there's many more I'm sure, but the other case is May 3rd, 99. There wasn't a lot of forcing, and if you look back in the research on some of those events, the storms actually formed out ahead of the draw line, which is unusual. Usually for a storm to form out in the open warm sector, something like this is happening, where there's a weakening of the cap aloft, but not so much to the point where you just get so many storms that they just interact, clash, they form cold pools, and then they grow upscale and then sweep through the warm sector and pretty much kill most of your chances of a tornado outbreak. All right, 2019. This was the last big event that I was involved in at SPC before I moved to Maryland. And one of the reasons I wanted to show you this event was because there was a failure mode in place that helped to kind of bust the high. We had tornadoes that day. We had tornadoes in central Oklahoma that day, but they weren't the long track, strong violent tornadoes that we were expecting. Now on the left, we have SIGTOR parameter values anywhere from 8 to 10. That's plenty high for a storm moving through that environment out by itself with no interference to produce tornadoes. But on this particular day, what happened is, and there's a link here that I'd like to show, but for those in the back, let me just describe this first and then we'll try to pull it up. And if it doesn't pull up, then we'll just have to move on to the next phase. But essentially, I'll just tell you a little bit about my experience forecasting this event. On day 2, I drew a moderate, or I had inherited a moderate and didn't upgrade. It got upgraded after or in the day 1 period, so after I was done with my responsibility for the forecast. The reason I didn't upgrade is because there was a system here in the mid-levels over the 4 corners, but I didn't see it quite get to the level of the warm sector out here to actually initiate storms out ahead of the draw line. And that's what I wanted to see. Now, there can be plenty of drawline tornadoes. Drawline tornadoes are pretty common, actually. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Yes. So here, this is relatively early in the morning. There's already storms forming in the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma. And that's not the worst thing ever, but that's not the best news either. Optimally, what I would like to see in a big tornado outbreak is kind of like this pristine warm sector. If I can't get that, at least get a warm sector that's undisturbed from the convection. In this particular case, what happened was the storms that formed here never went away. They never went away. They stayed there. And in fact, they stayed there. They backbuilt. There was a cold pool involved that kind of extended from here. and that cold pool just sunk to the south and ate up the northern part of the warm sector. Meanwhile, there were storms on the dry line with southwesterly flow aloft. You would think that the storms would just kind of drift off to the northeast, and they would, and there were tornadoes in here, but then they would interact with the cold air. So that really limited the space and time for the potential for isolated warm sector supercells to kind of meander, mature, and produce the tornadoes that we were thinking would happen today. There's also another issue here as well, and we'll go back to the front. Notice here, there's a dry line in here, and I could, if I had the flexibility, I could show it to you, but right now, I think in the interest of time, I'll just take my word for it. So there's a dry line in here, but there was no warm sector initiation out in this part of the warm sector, even though most of the profiles via the models actually had fairly weak inhibition in addition to all that shear. So what I think happened is that the forcing way out here just never made it out over the warm sector. And between that and this growing MCS that never went away, it kind of ruined the setup. Now the squall line that eventually moved through actually produced tornadoes a little later. And again, that goes back to the QLCS problem that is a terror. I remember during this week, after we had the big high risk set up that really didn't pan out the way we thought it would, there was a lower risk with a tornado that hit El Reno, low predictability, and ended up being rated a 3. But it was a short-lived tornado. There wasn't a ton of predictability with it. And it just kind of highlighted how difficult that week was as a forecaster. It's a science. We don't always get it right. It's hard. It's hard. And it's stressful because we want to be right. We want to get the forecast out. We want to get the word out. And we want to communicate it properly so that people respond. But unfortunately, things like that happen sometimes. But we're working on getting better at it. So. Okay, so that's the failure mode. Now, this is an interesting case. And it's interesting because there were strong to violent tornadoes on this day that most people will probably never even remember. And the reason why is because it didn't hit anything. If this scenario had happened just about 15 minutes earlier, 30 minutes earlier, or maybe 15 miles to the west, there would have been tornadoes in Oklahoma City and Norman, strong to violent tornadoes in Oklahoma City and Norman, and it would have made big news. It actually triggered some research that I did with a student when I was in mentoring for the REU program at Oklahoma, the research experience for undergraduates. But essentially here, there was an abundantly favorable parameter space. These are significant tornado parameters over 10. We saw that in Alabama. But they're also focused on a narrow corridor. It's not just this big, broad, warm sector with not a ton of capping so that storms can just kind of meander over, miles and miles of warm sector and mature. However, that didn't matter because what happened is these storms form in a cluster, and there were tornadoes in this cluster, despite the fact that you would think that these downpours, these cold pools would interfere with the circulations. There's 4 tornadoes going on at the same time. I actually surveyed one of them and rated it a 3 here near Bethel Acres. I think I have another image that kind of shows it a little better. Yeah, absolutely. So this is uncommon. This is a rare environment that doesn't happen every day. And again, you would think with all the cells all kind of close into each other, then maybe one dominant mesocyclone would emerge from all that. But instead, there were 4. Now, also what happened in this environment, there was a tornado south of this cluster, back when the cluster was closer to Norman. This was actually the day where a funnel cloud formed over the building. It later touched down on the east side of Norman and then matured and became a sector as it got out east into the county and out into Pike County. But there was a separate tornado that formed out of a cumulus cloud. Just an updraft, out by itself, hardly any rain. And there were problems with that from what I remember. I won't go into details in this session, but this tornado formed and actually hit the Country Boy store. It's not the Country Boy anymore, but it hit a store out here, and it was just kind of out by itself. There was another tornado that actually hit Cashin, that was rated an F1, and it was just with an isolated cell that hardly had any rain. It was just an updraft. That's how strongly unstable and strongly sheared in terms of vorticity that the environment was on this day. But thankfully, that's unusual. That doesn't happen. I talked actually to Doug Spager when I used to work in the building. I would chat with him sometimes. And, you know, he had warning responsibility for the 1999 event and for this event. And he said that the tornadoes in 1999 were well behaved. One supercell, one big tornado, you warn on it, it goes on, it does its thing. I talked to the warning forecaster, and she said she did just one polygon for that whole cluster. You know, and it was actually kind of sad because when we did the storm survey, we talked to the gentleman that had the worst of the damage in the F3 that hit Bethel Acres, and he told me that the newscasters were all focused on the tornado that hit Moore and the one that was over Norman, and nobody was talking about the one in the middle. That one in the middle, again, I'll point it out over here for you guys too. The one in the middle, that's rotating. And of course, remember our velocities, green in, red out. So that's rotating right there, strong rotation. That was in the forward flank of a separate cell to the south. It's just amazing. Again, it doesn't happen all the time, but there's some wild stuff that happens, and I just marvel at things like this. It's just amazing. But again, even this is just an unusual case. But it also highlights the dangers and kind of the unpredictability sometimes of storms on this scale when you get extreme instability and shear. Again, there's a fundamental process for tornadoes and for tornado genesis and storms. Basically, thunderstorm updraft ingests vorticity from the surrounding environment, causing the updraft to rotate. And it's usually in instances where the storms fail to produce tornadoes, it's because that process is hindered in some way. And so I'll list some of the ways here. Let's see. The key one that I've noticed, and I actually have forecast experience in Mississippi when I went to school down there. A lot of times we get these cells that would rotate, but the lapse rates in the lowest part of the environment were not that strong. And so because they weren't that strong, sometimes the storms will be just ever so slightly elevated above the boundary layer to the point where they're not ingesting all of the vorticity that's available in the column. And so when that happens, we call them elevated cells. Sometimes elevated cells can transition to surface space quickly. And that's why it's important to understand how the environment is behaving and how the storms will behave downstream if the storms move into a different environment. But that's one limiting factor, is storms are elevated so they can't spin because they don't access the shear. Another potential problem that happens sometimes when out chasing or when out forecasting or whatever is that the storms are undercut from other outflows that just surge out from other storms. Sometimes if there's two mesos kind of close together, there's a gust front that'll undercut one of the mesos and ultimately result in that meso weakening, and the other meso, as long as it can remain surface based, it'll be the dominant storm. And in this case, actually in the case that I just showed you in May 2019, there were so many storms over a broad area that multiple storms that were candidates for tornadoes were all being undercut. And again, because they're undercut, they're rooted above the boundary layer and they're not realizing the shear that's available to them that would normally be otherwise. And then sometimes the ambient vorticity is just not strong enough. Maybe the storms are kind of multicellular, or they kind of manage to become supercellular just briefly, but because there's not enough wind shear, there's not enough low-level shear, or maybe there's no boundary to kind of ingest and help that updraft rotation process to happen, they just don't quite get their act together. And I've seen that as well. Sometimes, and again, we've talked about this now multiple times now over the two presentations, that there's too much mid-level inhibition. And because there's too much mid-level inhibition, the updrafts kind of struggle. Or maybe there's some inhibition way up high in the atmosphere that can cause the updraft to kind of weaken even though there's a storm in place. Anytime you weaken the updraft, you lessen the intensity of that updraft rotation, that stretching and tilting in the vertical, and so that weakens your ability for the storm to rotate and to produce a tornado. And it's kind of sad to see in person because you're out there and you're all excited. You got this big supercell and it's all doing its thing, and you see the updraft just kind of shrinking and shrinking, and it just goes away, and you're like, man, what happened to the storm? It was beautiful. What happened? And sometimes it's that upper level inversion or that subsidence will kill a storm. And then, so we'll talk about veer back aloft. And again, I hate that I don't, if we had a little more time, I could probably show some of these cases, but there's people out there that believe that veer back aloft can kill or hinder tornado development. I don't think so. And March 28, 2007 was a clear case where there were many tornadoes in a veer back aloft scenario. So veer back, essentially, let's see, in a sounding, I'll pull up a sounding and describe this here in a little bit if there's interest, but essentially what happens is air from the surface aloft in severe weather setups will veer. The air currents will veer with height. But sometimes in certain situations, they'll veer and then it'll actually go back and then veer again. That's kind of how that process works. And so the belief is that if they're veering and then backing, there's some process aloft that's hindering that ability for the storms to have strong updrafts that actually help to produce tornadoes. But if you look at March 28th, there were a lot of tornadoes in the high plains, and those supercells were really efficient at producing tornadoes all up and down the high plains from, I think, Kansas through Holly, Colorado, down through the Panhandle. And actually, I almost steal his thunder, but you should ask Roger Edwards about March 20th, 2007. He has an interesting story. I won't ruin it for him, but I'll let you guys ask it. But be sure to, and tell him I recommended it. It'll be entertaining. Anyway, there's also no reasons. Again, this is a science. It's evolving, and we're still learning about it all the time. One of the problems with severe weather forecasting is that there's data voids all over. We fill them in with models, but even the models don't get it right all the time. And so we don't always know how dry air entrainment is affecting updrafts in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. We don't always know if there's, subtle surface influences or, maybe some type of boundary or something that can influence tornado activity. There's just not enough. We need more information. We need more data. And we also need more radars, because obviously the closer to the radar you are with a parent storm, the more likely it is that you're able to see down at the lowest levels of the storm to actually assess properly what that storm is doing. So here's a few lessons that I've learned in the process of just chasing and working in severe weather forecaster as a severe weather forecaster and researcher for over 20 years now. Many warm sector storms don't produce widespread tornadic supercells for a number of reasons. Sometimes we know the answer, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't fully understand if a setup is going to be actively tornadic or not tornadic until we actually see it happening. When it's not happening, then I get to kind of reassess and take a look back at things. And what I normally do when I see that situations are not widespread tornadic is I try to find the areas where there might be a little bit of extra low-level vorticity to kind of help the storm spin. Because sometimes it's all it takes is just a little bit. Sometimes it's a warm front, and there's a updraft that travels along that warm front, and the vorticity is ingested into the updraft because of the warm front. The warm front is actually a source of vorticity in that case. Sometimes it's an outflow boundary. There have been times when we left the storm because there was an outflow boundary nearby, and then 5 minutes later we see a tornado warning because the updraft ingested the outflow, and we didn't think it would happen. So, that happens as well. One of the things I also like to do, while a storm is not tornadic, if the structure is not that impressive, is just try to reposition, because it may become better at a later time, but while I'm repositioning, I'm staying out ahead of the storm as opposed to falling behind while I'm looking at a less than impressive structure. And then suddenly, when it actually does happen, I'm out of position. So And I've done that, several times. The other thing, too, is either wait for or target a change in the boundary layer, either with an increasing and low-level shear, like what tends to happen around here in the Great Plains in the evening. The low-level flow kicks up and that enhances the helicity and the shear, and that can help storms to rotate and produce tornadoes. And that's been a success for me. Or the storms encounter better moisture because there's better moisture perhaps in eastern Oklahoma than in western Oklahoma, and the storms will change character that way. Or I've seen a scenario where a disorganized storm with weak rotation aloft approached a warm front and got its act together in like minutes. And we were there, we saw that process, we anticipated the process happening. This was actually Owasso, Oklahoma in 2016, I believe. But we anticipated that process. We got up there and we nailed the tornado, and it was great. We got a nice video of it as we were driving up behind it. Okay, I'll stop. Well, let me just stop and just ask if there are any questions. Those were some really complicated topics. And again, I'm around today, tomorrow as well. But if anybody has any questions about what I just presented, I'll stop here briefly, and then or if not, we can move on to El Niño, La Niña.
Check.
You said that typically, well, not typically, that veering and backing winds doesn't have anything to do with producing tornadoes. Well, not anything to do, but it doesn't like hinder tornado development. Is that typically for like cold core setups where CAPE doesn't go like all that far up, or is this like for everything, all setups?
That's a good question. I need to look into the cold core setup because I've never noticed the veer back setup in the mid levels in the cold core setup.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine there's probably one out there. I just don't recall it right away. But the veer back, I wish I had my laptop because I actually have the sounding up. But you could see the veer back in two different soundings in Amarillo and Dye City in 2007. And by veer back, what I mean to make sure I describe it correctly is there's backing of winds in usually around the 500 to 300 layer. It's way up in the storm. So down low, the winds are veering, but then higher than that, they actually back a little bit and then they go back and veer again way up high at the top of the storm. And that, I've seen people postulate that may have something to do with the character of the storms, but I just don't. And I will point to that example as a reason why. So,
thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so we'll move on. We've been in mesoscale and near storm environments for a little while. Now I'm going to kind of take us back out a little bit and cover another part of prediction of weather on a longer time scale. That via the use of the or the relationship of the El Niño La Niña phenomena to U.S. tornadoes. And so this is what I did for my dissertation. Now, remember in the first presentation that I gave, I brought all those ingredients, this moisture, lift, instability, and shear, all in one diagram. And you can access and assume that with this diagram, with this setup, anywhere in the country, usually there's some combination of all four of those ingredients to pose a severe risk, and especially in the spring and the summer. But there's aspects of the atmosphere way away from the United States that can actually influence where this jet stream will develop, especially in the wintertime. And so what I have here on the lower left is a graphic that shows the differences in the jet stream track in El Niño versus La Niña. Generally speaking, in El Niño, the flow across the Pacific is just straight and confined usually to the southern tier of the U.S. In La Niña, the jet stream is a whole lot more variable, and you get more buckles, and sometimes there can be much more variable weather conditions in the U.S. And we're in La Nina. We've kind of seen that already this winter, right? We had the big cold air outbreak in December, and then we turned around and had tornadoes in Alabama right after the turn of the year. So that's the main premise behind the El Nino tornado phenomenon. So if you hear of someone on Twitter or something, or actually I think there's a talk coming up tomorrow that might hit on some of this, I don't know. But anytime you hear of someone talk about the El Nino La Nina connection to tornadoes, this is usually what they're referring to. And again, we're talking about weather phenomena that occur way out over the oceans. And so they're not going to affect individual tornadoes necessarily, but what they may do is modulate where the actual setups happen and how frequently they occur. And so that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about, El Nino predicting a tornado in, Norman, Oklahoma in 2 weeks. That's not it. But will the state of Oklahoma or the plains have an increased or decreased risk of tornadoes in a La Nina versus El Nino? Possibly. And that's what this research tries to address. So I'll just go through it quickly. Again, I'm around, so if people have questions about this, feel free to reach out. I'm easy to find. But generally speaking, during La Nina conditions, tornado outbreaks tend to be more frequent no matter what metric you use to actually measure or gauge the activity. So that can be significant tornadoes, that can be tornado days, or days in a 24-hour period, or where there's a six or more tornadoes in a 24-hour period, that being a tornado day occurring somewhere in the U.S. And they tend to be lower in El Nino. Now, there's other factors that go into this as well, and I think the NAO actually has some influence as well, and the subtropical high in the Atlantic that has some influence as well. And that's probably another topic for another day as well, because I know there's other people working on that type of research problem. I didn't really have a chance to get to it before I published this. So here's a map that kind of shows concentrations of tornado activity across the central and U.S. And how they change as a function of El Nino, which is the EN labels on the map, and then La Nina, which is the LN labels on the map. And then neutral there is on the lower left, and then all of the tornado counts there on the lower right for each of those two panels. And again, they increase generally for La Nina across all phases. Neutral can be actually pretty active too. And at last check, we were transitioning from La Nina to neutral currently, and I think the forecast is actually to go back into El Nino in the summer. So that could have some influence in our tornado activity this summer, or spring rather, sorry. All right, trying to move forward here. Let's see. We got February gridded tornado counts that generally show the same thing, especially across the lower Mississippi Valley. The same with March as well. And I'll just kind of fly through these. There's a paper online if people are interested in reading more about it. And it's actually got accepted in the AMS journal for publication as well. But again, March La Nina tends to be more active. One of the things I want to mention too with these types of setups is that usually when there's big systems that produce a severe weather risk out in this part of the country, there's a number of factors kind of going on. So one, there tends to be more instability farther east whenever big systems can make it out that far east. And usually that's because the elevated mix layer, or that air area capping between 850 and 700, like we've been talking about for most of the past two presentations, can actually make it out farther east into areas where there's more population, there's more vegetation, more things to hit. So there's more of a chance of there being a significant tornado farther east as you get in the country, if you had a normal distribution of supercells across the entire range of the U.S. So, and that's something that actually shows up in some of the research that I did here for this body of work. Okay, and again for April. So April La Nina is supposed to be a whole lot more active than El Nino or neutral. But one of the things I want to mention here is that we were in La Nina last year and we didn't get a lot of tornado activity around here, if I'm recalling it correctly. So one of the things to keep in mind with these types of plots is that they're averages across the whole record. And in all parts of the record, there's periods where it just wasn't active. I can remember a La Nina year in the 60s that didn't have any tornadoes in January, February, March that were recorded. So there are quiet periods in here, and there's probably more factors and more forcings that are going into those types of results, really. And that's an area for more research. So. And again, I just showed this, so I won't belabor the point, but essentially, again, the INSO relationship to U.S. weather has to do with the jet stream that emanates out of the Pacific. So I did an average there on the left of El Nino anomalies in wind fields aloft to kind of highlight where the jet stream normally happens in El Nino. And then I compared that to La Nina, and you can see that there's a southward shift in the anomalies in the wind speeds across the southern U.S. and then a northward shift in La Nina. And it also tends to be more variable too. So we've already talked about that, but that's another way of showing it. And then also, I broke that. So basically the last plot that I showed you was an average over all months, over all days in the month. This is an average over individual cases of outbreaks. So that we can actually see where the jet stream is actually located when the outbreaks are actually taking place. And so there's data sets out there to kind of process that information and also to break it down in space and time. And again, same type of phenomenon. There's a stronger upper level jet across the southern US, and that jet modulates where the surface cyclones occur. Those surface cyclones can modulate, especially in wintertime, where tornadoes occur. And again, it's different in February as well, with the stronger jet located across the mid-Mississippi Valley and also across the northeastern US as well. And then the same displacement is also in place within outbreaks in February, March, and April as well. And so I have the information available for February and March. This is for April. And so I'm just showing this as a subset to kind of show you that same displacement occurs across all of the months. Low-level jets are linked to the location of the upper-level jet. And there's actually a famous paper there that came out in the 80s that explains a lot of that. And so if you move the upper-level jet, you move the low-level jet, you move where the surface cyclones are actually forming. And so you can kind of see how this all is connected and tied together. And then there's another way to show, not just for the individual cases, but also averaged across the entire month. The low-level jet is a whole lot more active normally, not always, but normally in April La Nina, and less so in April El Nino. And then the same also for surface low tracks. And again, I have this information available if people have more questions about it. I'm down to 10 minutes, so I'll go ahead and kind of speed up and move forward. So then I wanted to add a slide here because there's a lot of talk about climate influences on weather activity. And this is an advanced course, so kind of wanted to bring up the advanced nature of that and talk about differentiating weather and climate using this slide. Well, actually the next slide. This slide is actually talking a little bit about the severe weather trends that we've seen so far this year. And essentially the pattern has been really interesting because one of the things that I noticed in the prior dissertation work that I did was that during some La Nina events, there were these series of outbreaks that would occur within a few days of each other. And what would happen is a lee system would kind of eject and it would draw moisture up out of the Gulf of Mexico, but that lee system wouldn't send a front down to the Gulf to actually send that moisture back offshore and keep us cold and stable. So whenever there was another system a few days later that would move across, that air was just laying around across the southern U.S. And so what tends to happen in La Nina is that you get the more frequent tornado outbreaks because of that process. And we've actually kind of seen a little bit of that so far this year. So there's a plot here on the right that shows, I think Selma, Alabama was hit on this day. And there were several tornadoes across the southern U.S. and also a couple there reported in Kentucky too. And a lot of this is kind of characteristic of La Nina in a way. I think we're kind of in a relatively calm period for the time being, but there was a pretty active period in January where we had every few days, we'd have tornadoes somewhere in the southern U.S. And that's a La Nina connection. SPC recently put out a social media post that talked about their convective watches being like the third highest for January on record. And that's consistent with La Nina. And if you look at their years, the years where they're active, it's usually tied to El Nino or to La Nina as opposed to El Nino. And the same is also the case with the reports as well. I think they said it was like the third highest number of reports, and I don't want to misquote them, but I know the graphic is out there. So, but yeah, they talked about how active it's been so far this January, and we've been feeling that too actually at a WPC as well with the flash flood risk. Here's a publication that Marshall Shepard posted in response to the December 2021 outbreaks. Now, there's a few nuances about these types of media publications that I kind of want to cover. There's people that, ask questions about, whether a tornado outbreak can be attributed to climate change. My answer to that is no. It can't be. No. The climate change has to do with long-term changes in climate over a period of decades, over a period of multiple years. One outbreak is in the period of sometimes as little as 6 hours. So there may be a La Nina connection just because La Nina affects where those environments might occur in a given season. But you need to look at multiple La Ninas in a climate setting to actually gauge and determine whether tornadoes are actually being influenced in a climate change sense. So he brought this up, and there were media people that were running away with the climate change. Oh, this is climate, climate is going out of control. And he kind of brought it up to caution him, and he referenced the work that I just presented to you to try to kind of slow the bus down on that a little bit and look at this tornado outbreak in light of bigger changes before we start making those types of assertions. And the other thing too, like I mentioned a little bit in the earlier slides, is that there may be other forcings at work. I think the NAO has a role to play, and I've seen some published research that actually kind of suggests that as well. But again, keep in mind, these are tornadoes that occur on the scale of counties, and cities and neighborhoods and stuff. And it's a hard forecast problem to be able to relate something that fine scale to something so big and so well displaced like El Nino out in the Central Pacific. It's a difficult forecast problem. Okay, 5 minutes left, so I'm a little early. So if anyone has questions about what I just presented, feel free. And we got a few minutes to kind of talk it over.
Hold up. Don't hold a clock on me, all right?
I guess as a Texas chaser, I'm always more interested in El Nino because it seems like we have, a wetter West Texas, and we get storms that are west of 35 out in the middle of nowhere versus east of 35 and north. So is there a distinct correlation there? Then when we have the El Nino years, we generally have a wetter West Texas and a bit better potential at the dry line a little bit further west versus pushed up closer to 35 and kind of drought out in West Texas.
It's hard to say. There's two answers to this, and right now I'm going to say that the answer is a little uncertain. But one of the things I found in the work that I did for my dissertation was that there tended to be a reflection of a well-defined dry line in La Nina and in West Texas in April. And there was some other unpublished research I did that identified steeper lapse rates in La Nina. And of course, lapse rates are important for hail. So exactly where that falls in Texas can be a little uncertain, Because so much of it has to do with the fact that, there's a mid-level trough, the timing of that trough, if the moisture can kind of move back west toward the higher terrain, or will it stay farther east? I will say, though, that I think the tendency is for La Nina to kind of force things a little bit east out into the central and eastern U.S. a little bit. But there's somebody to go back and look into to kind of double check. So maybe we can follow up on it.
Anybody else? All right, Dr. Cook, everybody, thank you.
All right, thanks, you guys. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Everybody knows Jeff Piotrowski. I pulled him away from the bar finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
Right.
Anyways, I'm really looking forward to this talk, and we welcome him here.
Thank you. All right, guys, here we go. Everybody that knows me personally knows I'm a big technical nerd, right? Have been from way early on, because we had to figure out how to get pictures and get data out in the field. My early days, back in the 70s, Tim Marshall remembers these days really well. We used to go by the Oklahoma OU Met Center, Weather Center here in Norman, and go and look at data. And I used to have a Mac back in the early 80s, and would go out to Southwest Oklahoma. The Texaco and Altus had a 6-foot payphone cord, and we had a CompUSA account. You put in like 4 or 5 quarters, dial the 800 number, had a phone coupler. You'd hear the dee, 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 300 baud. And I'd want the essays from West Texas. He'd come in one line at a time, really slow. Okay, thank you. So anyway, so I've been monitoring these guys, Starlink and SpaceX, and watching what they're doing. So back in October, I made an order for Starlink, the small version, right? So you put the order in, you wait for it, and I'm waiting for this confirmation, order in process. And I'm looking on the horizon, I'm looking at the European, and I see about 10 or 15 days out, man, there's severe weather coming. Surely this thing's going to get to me in time, right? That's what I'm thinking. So on November 2nd, I got an email from FedEx, says, hey, it's out for delivery. And I'm like, great, it's going to be here today. Get to test it, right? And make sure it's going to work before I hit the road. So about 3:47, FedEx pulls up. And as I go outside to meet the guy, he goes, are you looking for a box about this big and about that size? And I said, yeah, I am. He said, well, here you go. He goes, here it is. And he was all excited. He was actually more excited than I was. He goes, I have Starlink first version. He goes, you're going to love it. He goes, it's awesome. And I said, why? And he goes, oh, the speed is just, he goes, I live up in the country up north of you here. He goes, it's just great. Of course, I have Cox internet at the house, Gigablast, and so I didn't need it for the house. And he looks at me and he knows what I do. He goes, you're going to use it for storm chasing, aren't you? And I said, yeah. And he goes, you're going to love it. So I was like, the guy was more excited than I was. So immediately I went into unboxing it and started opening the box. I had everything ready because I read online what you got to do to get it up and running. So if you'll notice on the first deal here, right here, on this one right here, you look at the time. So about 20 minutes after I got it, I got to hook up the house. You hook it up at your house first for your home residence. You get that going. You do a real quick sync, and it takes 15 to 30 minutes. Some people around the country talked up to maybe an hour to download the latest software, your location, GPS, all that information. So it has you saved. You set up an account, a Wi-Fi account, you name it, you do all that stuff. And I was like, you know what? Because I got a house, I got a lot of trees around my house. So I boxed it up and went about a mile west of the house and set the Starlink outside the little electric car, and I hooked it up. As soon as you turn it on in the app, you'll get a little light, a little light here on the side, and it'll tell you, hey, you're connected, right? So I hooked it up, and the little dish just goes whoop, and then like, okay, what's it going to do next? And it took like 20 seconds. I got a green light. It's like, ooh, well, it's live. So I thought, okay, I'm going to test it. So same phone I have the app on. I thought, okay, I'm going to do a YouTube live stream, but I'm going to make it private. So I did a live stream, YouTube, did a 1-minute deal, and connected in about 10 seconds. I'm live. I'm watching it on the iPad. It's working. It's clean. It's beautiful. Audio's great. I can hear the birds singing. It's like, okay, that's done. I'm done. So I saved it. When you exit YouTube, it takes about whatever length of video you transmitted, it takes about that long or longer to save it to the YouTube server. It took about 1:20 for a 60-second video in HD. I'm like, well, that's pretty good. It's like, okay. So the next thing is, I'm like, well, I'm gonna turn off my Wi-Fi, or the cellular side. If you look up here at the top here, you'll see that I don't have a cell connection there. I turned it off, so I'm Wi-Fi only to the router. I was like, well, I haven't heard anybody making a phone call. I wonder if I can make a phone call. And then Kathy's in town somewhere, so I call her number real quick. I call from the phone call. 2 seconds later, she picks up the phone and goes, hello. I said, hey, babe, how you doing? I'm fine. I'm running errands in town. I said, how's it sound? She goes, it sounds great. She goes, where you at? I said, I'm in the church parking lot, testing Starlink. She goes, are you talking on Starlink right now? I said, yeah. She goes, man, it sounds really good. I said, okay, yeah, it does. It does sound really good. So I'm going to call you back in a minute. I'm going to do Facebook time with you, a little Facebook video. I hang up, call her right back, do FaceTime. Connects in about 8 seconds. It's live. I can see her. She can see me. There's no jumps. There's no jitters. There's nothing. It's rock solid. I'm like, this is really cool. And I said, Kathy's words out of her mouth was, she goes, this is game changing. I said, it is. So that was my first test and inundation with it. I was like, this is really cool. So does anybody know what happened about 48 hours after this day? I'll never go just a couple more days later. Anybody chase this? There we go. November 4th, right? How many people in the room were on this chase? I know a bunch of us were, right? All over. And everybody knows just on a normal day, forget storm chasing, just on a normal day, you go southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas. You're pretty lucky to get just a connection on a cell phone, let alone trying to do streaming, let alone try to text. It's pretty tough, even on a good day, right? You throw a storm in there and a couple, maybe 1,000 chasers in there in those rural areas. You overwhelm the network really fast, right? So it's kind of tough. Well, everybody's chasing, and then as the storms continue to get a little bit more intense as they went east toward dark and the low-level jets ramping up, I found myself pretty far east, like a lot of us were. And, of course, obviously, we had a number of tornadoes, like 67. I think the number's actually higher than that. So, long story short, ended up following the new Boston tornado back south there about 20, 25 miles. I saw the cone come down. I started seeing power flashes ahead of me about 4 miles. So I come in from the south. It's going through New Boston. As I entered the southwest suburbs of New Boston, I come across a police officer that had just been hit. She was uninjured. She wasn't, she was trying to get her composure is what just happened. She had a lot of debris. Car hadn't been impaled with debris. She was in a shopping center, but she had the road blocked from trying to keep people from driving over the power lines. So I asked her to back up about 10 feet so I could get around her. She did that. And I told her I could still see the trail on the ground going through the city and up toward the interstate. And I said, call the dispatch. And I said, just tell them you've got a big disaster. You're going to need mutual aid. And she goes, okay. She goes, who are you? And I said, I'm just a storm chaser. You're going to need a lot of help. There's a lot of damage. So she did. So I followed the tornado up to the interstate, went east, you still see it leaving the interstate, racing off to the northeast, up toward, back to the northwest of Texarkana. So about 30 minutes later, I get over to Texarkana, make a loop back around as the cold front's coming in now, and I've got new tornadoes back southwest. So as that line's coming in, I said, hey, I'm going to go back southwest to the damage area. So that's what I do. As you approach the damage area, and we've all experienced this, you got 3 or 4 bars. I'm like 8 miles from the damage area. As you get closer, I'm down to 3 bars, then 2 bars, and then 1 bar. And I get right in the middle of the vicinity, and it's like a quarter bar. You're not getting a call out, not getting a text out, you're not getting a tweet, getting nothing out, right? Because you got EMS there, you got 911, you got police, you got priority override on the switches during search and rescue, and the locals, everybody's on their phone, right? Bring out the Starlink, set up on the car, and about 20 seconds later, I'm able to live stream, send a tweet to Weather Service in Shreveport, telling them what the damage, my intersection where I'm at, and send the message out. These 2 full cases in just a really short amount of time. I'm like, this is really cool. I wish I had this for Joplin. I wish I had it for a lot of events, right? So this is my first experience. Well, another 48 hours goes by. We're in the fall. It's hurricane season, right? So here we go. So about 2 days later, 3 days later here, pack up the box, put it in my suitcase, just standard closed suitcase, same box it originally came in, check it in, go down to Florida, get ready for Hurricane Nicole, make an approach the southeast coast. And again, Florida, like a lot of places, once you get down there and you get in those heavy populated areas, you got evacuations underway, cell service is getting kind of tough. You get in those outer barrier islands, it gets really tough, right? That's even before the hurricane even gets there. So this is real world. This is at about 3 o'clock. You'll notice on the time up here, about 3 o'clock Eastern time, 3:30. And I set it up. I'm on the Northern Hutchinson Island. And I just stop, and I'm on a high rise, just south of a high rise building here. Set it up, set it on the lee side of the wind, keep it out of the wind, right? So it wouldn't rock. I did have heavy squalls that continue to fed through. It's cloudy, it's raining, all the things you'd expect in a hurricane. Set it up, 30 seconds later, I'm live streaming. I have data. Before that, I only had like a half a bar. I couldn't get a tweet out. I couldn't get a text out. Nothing, right? You're in the Outer Bear Islands. It's very limited data at times, right? So I did that. I did this as the first thing it is. What's my stream? What's my connection here? Am I going to be able to get a stream out? And it's advertised, right? It's about a 5 to 10 megabit upload and about a 50 to 55 megabit download. And it was like, great, we're up and running, right? So that's what happened during the Hurricane Nicole. It works. It works solid. Super happy with it. I didn't know that you can be anywhere in North America and actually in the islands, and I'll show you a map in a minute where it's at globally. You can go anywhere in the world today, in the coming months, go anywhere in the world and be live and have calls and have connectivity globally. That's never been done before, right? They can do that at a very reasonable price. And safety-wise, it's going to be a big deal going forward for everybody, right? So let's talk about what's happened here. So back in May of 2019, SpaceX with the Starlinks started launching the first Starlink version 1 of the satellite, right? Generally about 55 to 60 satellites at a time when they launch through the Falcon 9. And over time, if you look at the current, and by the way, I just updated this about 7-8 days ago, toward the end of January. Since then, we've already had 3 more rocket launches. There's an additional, like 150-ish additional satellites I haven't counted for. So we're approaching 4,000. So just in the last 14 days, I've issued another 150 thereabouts as far as the satellites up. And you can look down on the second line there. They talk about current satellites that's operational. And then you've got satellites that are operational as of January 20th. And total satellites, we've had a few that failed. And that was back, they deorbit, they'll burn up in the atmosphere as they come back in the atmosphere. Sometimes they lose their location and they'll go offline. So next thing we're gonna look at here is this is live as we speak. Oh, cool. Let's see something really cool there. Yeah, let me get down here. So I don't know which batch this was. Back to where you just had the stuff going up north there. It's not the Chinese balloon that's floating around the U.S. either. So anyway, that's not it. So that, I don't know which launch that was. It was probably in the last 10, 12 days, right? So as they launch these, they get them in orbit. With time, they spread out, right? With time, they kind of get in orbit and they go their different directions. So it takes probably a couple of weeks for these to spread out and get in their area where they're going to trajectory, what they're going to do with those, and they move around. Now you can go back to Oklahoma. One of the cool things is that we have a ground station in Oklahoma. I mean, it's basically a fiber. It has satellites, a receive station there. So as the satellites fly over, it talks to that ground station, and so your communication is going up and down. So having a ground station is kind of important, right? It's kind of important to the area you're in. It's not a mandatory. You can be in the middle of nowhere with not a ground station close by. But if you've got a ground station nearby, it's a good thing. Okay, let's go. We can go back to, I'm going to go to the next one. You can take that off now. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yep. Let's go back to regular presentation. Okay. So this is about 4 days ago. This map updates almost every other day. It's changing really fast. So Nigeria and Africa just came online this week, okay? So everything in light blue is active. Or if you have a house, you have a business, Daniel Shaw, if he's online down in Australia, he's got service across Australia there. So you can get home service, business service in the light blue. The darker blue areas, it'll show you here that it'll say no service, like west here of Oklahoma City. It'll say, hey, look, if it's available now, means if you're at home, your business, I can order Starlink and I can get it week, 10, 12 days. Starlink at home and business has categories as far as how much bandwidth you want to use. If you want high bandwidth, you're going to pay more money per month for that. If you want less, it's less money, right? If we go into Oklahoma here, go on this side, if you're on this side, it says expanding in 23. Well, that's true. As they add more satellites, and by the way, this year's, they're looking at about 100 launches in 23, roughly about 50 per launch. They're going to add about 5,000 additional satellites this year. Okay? There's some more stuff I'm going to share with you. So it's going to get better, right? obviously, one of the things when you're out in the field, a lot of this is common sense. If you're out in the field and you're under a bunch of trees, your dish is not going to work real well, right? You really want to be in an open area, open to the north, to the northeast, northwest. If you're in the southern plains, you don't want to be in a parking garage during a hurricane. Parking garage, you might want the dish versus the roof mount in motion. We're going to talk about in a second. So, critical thing is just have a nice, clean vision to the sky. That's important, very important. Okay, this is the dish I ordered. Works great. It's lightweight. It comes prepared. Comes with about 150-foot cable. Works really good. It is a phased array antenna, which is really, really cool. I can talk to y'all not about that. The radar guys love that. And it melts snow at about 1.5 inches an hour. Hopefully we're not out storm chasing unless you're winter chasing like we just had. It'll melt the snow. In the app, you can turn off the melt or not melt. In other words, so you don't use less power if you turn that off, right? But if you're up north and you're in a snow belt area, that's important. This is operating temperatures. This next two are probably the most important. What's my angle? How wide am I shooting, right? How much sky can I see with this size dish? Then also the power is really important too, 50 to 75 watts. So if you're in a car without a bigger inverter, those kind of things, it works. I just plugged this into a standard 110 plug-in in the car. It worked great. Not a problem, okay? Let's go to the next dish. This next one's called high performance dish. This can be a home, it can be a business. If you'll notice also, it's a little bit higher rated. Also, it's phased array. It has a little bit higher 3 inches an hour as far as snow melt. Specs on the heat and cold is same, but the big difference is I've got a 140-degree view. It's just like taking pictures. The more view I've got, as some of those satellites go by me on the peripheral, on an angle, I'm going to see them. So it allows you to get out where you might not get out as good just with a smaller dish. But the big thing about this, you got about in a mobile environment, you got 110 to 150 watts. It's double the power, but it also has more punch power to get up, right? It also is a little bit better if you're in the tree area, but if you get in those 50, 60 dBZ cores and you're driving hurricane or supercells, if it's raining really heavy, you're probably going to drop out. You're going to lose some data, right? You're going to go off and on. That's just what happens, right? With those heavy cores. But most of the time, 90% of the time, you're going to have data, right? But this is a fixed unit. It's not the mobile unit. So here's the mobile unit. So the flat one, high deal. This came out literally about 3 days after I ordered my other one, the end of October. And there's a few people here in the audience that have this flat high performance dish. It's a mobile. It's still a phased array. It's fixed. IP56, so it's a little bit better on standards. It does 3 inches an hour snow melt. The specs here are the same. It has a 140-degree view, just like the other high-performance dish, 110. But let's look down here. Survivability, 280 kilometers, 174. We're talking my kind of numbers right now, right? I want those high-impact numbers, right? I think this might work. And the other thing is, look here, the mount. It's called a wedge mount for the deal, okay? This is what I'm thinking. You ready? Let's get this. Okay. Here we go. And it's off the screen here. See this wedge? The wedge looking deal? I'm thinking kind of the Betty, South Dakota top event, right? You got a big wedge, F4. It'll, just under 174 miles an hour. It'll definitely survive that. You got Hurricane Michael. Well, it's Cat 5 making landfall. Well, I wish I'd had that Starlink in both those events, right? That's a big deal. So the point is, unless your car flies away, it'll withstand a lot, right? It's gonna stay down with you, which is nice. You can take a picture of this. It's going to change in the coming months, weeks, days. This is what it was 2 days ago. The version I have right now is this guy right here. This is your data coming down to your service with RV. It's called Best Effort or RV. There's your download speeds and upload speeds. That's very close to realistic what the numbers are. Okay. I highly encourage you to go online, Starlink, look at what level service you want, what seems the best for you, right? This is interesting. This was on Twitter a couple weeks ago. So the National Science Foundation, not too far from where Tim was just at, so they're testing Starlink at the Codex and also at the Murdo field, ice camp field, and Antarctica. So the comment there from the scientists on the site there, if you look at the Starlinks right here out here, they've got the cables running back to the camp. Exciting to see how this and other modes of high-speed connectivity can advance our communications and might alter the way we do science on ice. Starlink is going to change everything we do, not only from the scientific community, from the storm chasing community. Everything we do globally from this day forward will not ever be the same. And I'm going to show you why. If you think about people working in remote areas, more of a social deal. If people actually work on oil platforms, you're going to send people out to very remote areas of the world. It's nice to know if you had communications for them, they can keep in touch with their family. There's a high likelihood that person knows if you have communications there, and I can talk to my family once a day or once a week, see the kids, I probably will sign up for it. So here's a thought. It's not a thought. As this rolls out globally, you board a plane in Dallas, Tim goes to South Antarctica again. Not only can he watch whatever he wants to watch, somebody needs to get a hold of Tim. Tim, I've got a disaster in the U.S. I need a video call with you right now. He can do it. Here's another thing. If you got some unruly passenger on the plane, there's a mechanical problem on the plane, captain hits one button. I'm live to communications. I'm live to operations. I'm live as camera in the cockpit, inside and outside the plane. I'm live globally forever. This is going to change everything globally. I want you guys to understand what's getting ready to happen globally. This is rolling out now, today, globally. This is a huge, huge, huge deal. Next thing, this is being built down just south of Pottery. Starship, Starbase, largest rocket ever built in the world. Does anybody know what this is being built for? Do we know what's going to happen next? That's right. So, you thought it was exciting, what we've talked about so far? Here's what's getting ready to happen. So Elon and T-Mobile president, back in the fall, back in August there, 27th, they had a conference, live deal down in South Texas. Tesla will be able to connect Starlink version 2, which is this, the new satellite's going to be launched here very soon, which will also transmit directly to people's mobile phones, eliminating dead zones worldwide. I'm going to say this again. Think about you take your phone right now, you go anywhere in the world, once these are global, and have connection worldwide. Both not only text, but text and video, but also emergency communications. This is being built right now. Might not be exact, but these new satellites are really powerful and way bigger. So the version 2, the FAA just approved very, very recently, last week or two, 7,500 of these version 2s to be launched. Right? 7,500 of version 2. Okay? They're more powerful. They're stronger. They talk from satellite to satellite, but via laser. Once this launches, they get enough of them up in the atmosphere, space, it's a game changer, right? It's a big deal. You see what the old weight was on the current ones right now, about 573 pounds. The new ones are about 2,700 pounds. They're heavier, they're bigger. That's why they have to have the big Starship to launch them, right? It's going to be a big deal. The other thing, SpaceX, talk about how larger they are. According to SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, the satellite will leave an order of magnitude more bandwidth, higher speeds, and roughly 10 times better than every way, comparing it to the version 1. So version 1, we've got 350 megabits down. We're going to gigabit down. We're going to 2 gigabit down, bidirectional gigabit. I think you're going to be surprised coming down the road. I don't have any inside information on it, but get ready, okay? But the key thing is with cell towers and with T-Mobile, be able to go anywhere in the world. Oh, back up. Go anywhere in the world and have 2 to 4 megabit bandwidth per cell phone. I don't know what the zone is. How big of an area is that? It was like half the United States or a state. I don't know what the zone is, right? Nobody's defined that yet, which will allow tens of thousands of SMS texts per second, and me users can place calls. So if I'm in a big disaster, Hurricane Harvey, we got Katrina type deal, people are trapped, you can send texts out in real time. That's a huge deal, right? For emergency response on a global scale. With this technology, it's going to allow you to contact emergency services, and then also people to be able to send non-emergency messages related on a global scale. It's pretty cool. What do you guys think? Pretty cool. Questions? Come on. Yes. Get him a mic so I can hear him. How's it work moving?
When you're moving versus being stationary?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
If you're moving, like if you're chasing and you're in a car, are there issues with keeping a link, or do you have to be stationary?
There's two different kind of satellites. So if you're moving, you're going to want the mobile version, this high performance flat, right? That's the one for moving. The other ones you are not, through the license, are not allowed to move while you're connected. Okay? So really, there's really a need for both, kind of, in the big picture. You need this if you're out chasing the planes, right? But if you think about the hurricane situation, I'd like to have that if I'm in a parking garage, right? And here comes a big hurricane, 140-mile-an-hour winds. I want to be in a parking garage where I'm under shelter, but I can point that out between the concrete beams or something and get a satellite. Kind of makes sense to have both, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I saw somebody else's hand over here. Yes, Doug.
All right, this one works. So when you're asking about moving, you can use the mobile one, because I actually have two of them. I'm doing beta testing with them since they first launched the version 1. You can hack this right now, but they're shutting it down.
Yep.
Anyone who wants to try it, who go and drill a hole through it, reprogram it, whatever, they know. Right now, the war in Ukraine is kind of slowing down their operations of shutting all that down. Once that wraps up, they're going to slam the door on anyone who's using it without having the mobile setup. That mobile setup's at least 28 by 28 inches. And I've had a problem with Starlink where they would not send you the hardware, or they would send you the hardware, but they wouldn't tape the boxes. So your parts are all over the floor of FedEx. So it does work. It works awesome, but you cannot really use it in a mobile urban environment. So if you're storm chasing through the town, going through, interstate with lots of bridges, doesn't really work that great. You get stuck in any kind of traffic jam in a city with skyscrapers, you're going to lose your field of view. Now the mobile one does work with like he said, the large field of view, but it does have its limitations.
Yep.
So you need a cell phone backup. So
I'll tell you, don't have that information on it. This broke in the last 12 hours. There is another version coming out that's being tested right now. Don't know what they're going to do when it's coming out. There's another version coming out. It's probably going to be with the version 2 satellite, backwards compatible is what I'm thinking. Yes, sir.
So I was wondering, if you're driving, using the mobile version, how durable is it to withstand like hail and such if you're going through a hail core?
I don't know the answer to that. They're saying up to like golf ball. Yes, Doug.
So I was actually talking with Starlink today. They're actually sending me 2 new 8-meter cables. You need to have the thing siliconed up and sealed. It will short out if you don't have it properly sealed. They will not warranty it for weather damage if you're storm chasing. They've already made that clear to me. They will not take any kind of damage from hail unless it's fixed at your home location.
Who else? I saw some more hands. Somebody. Or else. Come on, don't be bashful. Anybody?
Okay. I don't think so. All right. So, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do have a question, though.
Yeah.
Is the bandwidth as high as you talk?
Say that again?
I said, is the bandwidth just as high as you talk?
Can be. Can be. Hey, one other thing, Doug will tell you this too. Another problem, I'm starting to see this with campers and RVers in the field. If I get 50 or 100 people with satellite dishes, we all show up at Greensburg, it's the same time, and we're all trying to hunt for data. If there's no cell coverage, we're probably going to all of our speed, instead of being decent, it's going to get ratcheted down in that little grid. And then the farther you move away from other people, it'll regain, right? But with the new version 2 launching, I think we'll see a lot faster speeds coming.
Yeah. Anybody else? No questions? All right. Anyways, you guys are going to love Dr. Jason Persoff. Here he is.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I'm hoping that this talk will be relevant to most of you. I think it will. If everyone can hear me okay, I can hear myself, but sometimes the voices in my head are louder than you guys are, so feel free to shout or do anything if you need me to slow down. You know, when I was asked to do this, I was, how am I supposed to follow Piotrowski? I mean, that's a question that I had to ask, and I figured out that one of the ways was to pick up this children's book, Watch Me Feed This Squirrel Ambien. And actually, that helps kind of set the context of how this talk is going to go tonight. It's going to be much slower. You can understand me. And I'm advertising no satellites yet. But, you know, the other book that was really cool was You Only Need One, explaining to your child why you sold his kidney on the black market. That's also another way to slow down the topics and kind of make it feel better. But, you know, I'm used to following behind Piotrowski because, in fact, years ago, he was my patient. And it was an experience neither of us will forget. Actually, he won't remember because it was a disturbing moment for us both. Now, I have to tell you that this term zero metering appeared this year, and I had no idea what that was all about. So I had to actually buy a book on Amazon to kind of help me understand exactly what zero metering was. And I needed it to be explained as easily as possible so that I would understand how this has become a thing. You know, you can learn to drive insanely, feel the suck zone, drive backwards, drive sideways, perform science, and there's some good GoFundMe tips for those of you who have decided to go that route. Fortunately, it also came with this device so I could actually measure the distance that it was to the 0 meter. So I was pretty happy about all that. Well, you know, I am kind of an old chaser, so it's not uncommon for me to feel a little cratchy about these sorts of things. You know, I might feel a little triggered by these terms. I don't know what's going on the right, by the way, or your left. My right, okay. Yeah, whatever you guys see over on that other side. All right. So I didn't really understand the term zero metering, but I was able to learn a little bit about sizes and things like this. And one of the things I learned that the 0 meter is to be really, really close to a tornado. And that a lot of people have chosen this as a form of, well, I don't know, trying to really get the most extreme video that they can. Now, I'm not here to criticize this, but what I do want to do is take a moment to sort of reflect on what happens if you are that person. So I'm in the kilo metering club. I like to be several kilometers away from tornadoes. They build these things called telephoto lenses. Some of you could probably pick those up and experience far less consternation, but maybe not. I don't know. The bottom line is that a lot of chasers are getting a lot closer, and we are now dealing with quite a, I mean, I try not to ever chase Oklahoma. Sorry, Oklahoma. It's just too damn hard for me to do this anymore because it's so crowded, and I get it. One of the coolest things that we do is we get to experience Mother Nature at its extremes, and you know, there's nothing that can compare to that. The size is hard for people to grasp. We're chasing storms that are taller than Everest, sometimes twice as tall, associated with whole things, you know, rotating that are 25, 50 miles in diameter. That's pretty impressive. I mean, that's amazing. And all it is water vapor exchanging energy. What an incredible thing we get to see. But we also have to remember that when we chase, however you chase, we do have some responsibilities. And so this is not a guilt trip. This is an opportunity to have a conversation about this. So let's talk about zero metering and ethics. So the first thing is, most people don't know this, but when you are, and this is true in all 50 states, you actually have a responsibility to respond in some cases. The legalese basically is a person who knows that another person is exposed to grave physical harm shall, to the extent that the same can be rendered without danger or peril to himself, or without interference with important duties owed to others, give reasonable assistance to the exposed person unless that assistance or care is being provided by others. Built into your Good Samaritan laws for whichever state you are in, it turns out, is a requirement that you render aid in some way, shape, or form to somebody who has been injured or is in an accident. So chasing is an interesting thing. It's a very self-absorbed thing. And I say this as a person who gets very self-absorbed easily. When I'm out chasing, I get so caught up in the excitement that all I want to do is be sharing that excitement. Now, if you're Dan Shaw, who apparently has like 5 arms like Shiva and is actually managing to do all the different tweets and live streams and all of this stuff, you're sharing that with a lot of people. But for me, I'm just not that capable of doing all of those skills. One of the things we forget is that we actually have a duty to act. And the Good Samaritan laws basically state that if you do offer reasonable assistance, you will not be held liable except for gross negligence, which we'll talk about in a minute. So what is that duty to act? When you are traveling into these areas and zero metering, you are actually very intimate with the damage that is being caused by these tornadoes. And so it turns out that in a lot of states, you have a duty to call 911 and notify the authorities. Now, that's not true for every state, and it's not true for most of the states that are in the alley, although the data that I got this from is a few years old, so that may have changed. But believe it or not, you actually have an obligation to call 911. Now, no one's going to suddenly come and arrest you in your home because you didn't call 911. They'll do it tomorrow. No, they not right now, but it's not like a felony if you don't call 911. But it's a big deal that we do these sorts of things. We'll talk about why in a moment. But first, let's talk a little bit about in rescue situations. So if you're in a rescue situation, you've gone by, let's say, Andover, and you're watching some really killer drone video by Reed. Holy crap, that was some amazing stuff. So you're in there, you're seeing damage happen and everything. You may have a duty to act even more if you begin to take responsibility for somebody, like an injured party who's down. No matter what the circumstances are, if you stop by the side of the road and you render some form of aid and then you say, dude, there's another cell forming to the south, you may be liable if you leave that person to fend for themselves, unless you get rid of the evidence. And I didn't say that last part in the slide, because that would be bad. But you may actually have to continue caring for that individual. And a lot of people are intimidated by that, but don't worry. Again, if you call 911, you're mostly getting there. Now, this is one that's very interesting, and it's not been tested very much in the courts, but this is the one that I want to call attention to. If you are acting recklessly, driving on the wrong side of the road while streaming a tornado, screaming outside how effing awesome it is, and there are people on the side of the road and you do not call 911, and we have a bunch of amazing examples of this on YouTube because people share these videos. And it's amazing to me. I'm like, when I'm conducting illegal acts, I don't usually videotape things. Like, I'm not usually holding my phone to say, look at how fast I'm going down the road. But chasers do it all the time because they're like, moving their phones around and all that other stuff. But if you leave a scene where you are acting recklessly, you may be liable. Maybe not criminally liable, but you could be sued. And fortunately, you have left the record of what you did on YouTube and Twitter. And so you could have that happen. It is very easy to get caught up in the excitement of a chase, but have the decency to call 911 if you see damage, because you could be liable. If you're a healthcare provider like me and you stop and you render aid, you must transfer that aid to another individual of equal or higher standing. That is just common sense for those of us who do this. But you will be granted immunity if you provide just normal care. Now, we talk about this thing called ordinary negligence. Again, not a lawyer, I'm a doctor. Ordinary negligence I love as a term because that's what I claim when I clean the kitchen. Oh yeah, that just broke because of ordinary negligence, honey. Ordinary negligence is when you do things that are slightly different than normal. For example, rendering aid when you have no training. That's an example of ordinary negligence. However, if we're talking about extreme acts of cruelty, that can be gross negligence. And it is possible that zero metering and ignoring the people who are being affected by this could be considered gross negligence. So just FYI. All right, so we're going to talk a bit about how to respond. Well, first of all, you have to know that not all tornadoes are equal. Some tornadoes will blow homes 150 years off their foundation, and so you'll have less responsibility for that because that would require time travel. This cracked me up. You all are cold-hearted and just wanting to wait for movie night. That's what I think is happening. I thought it was hysterical. But all right, well, the deal is this. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to respond, and I want you to know that the most important way you can respond is to be fairly competent. For example, this guy helping the police out. Again, I thought maybe I still had Piotrowski's mic. That's funny stuff right there, guys. But if you're like this guy, you may not respond as adequately as you should. So let's give a great example of this. This is Joplin, Missouri, and this was taken from Google Maps. This exact spot after the F5 tornado hit looked like this. Now, I can tell you from personal experience, having been in Joplin, is when I came over a hill leading into the hospitals there, that photo on the right of the exact same location that you see on the left was right after it happened. There were people injured. There was cattle actually in the roadway. There was debris everywhere. And when you see a scene like this, it is very normal to feel very intimidated about how are you going to respond and what is your responsibility in that circumstance to respond. So I'm going to go over this in a somewhat abbreviated format to try and help you guys feel a little bit more confident. So the first thing and most important is don't just do something, stand there. So when you come across an incredible scene, such as the one that we just saw in Joplin, the single most important thing you need to do is stop. Okay? You need to slow down, breathe, and process what you're seeing. Because anytime you're going to respond to something, it requires you to think. And you need to plan and not rush in. To that extent, you need to know your location. So one of the hardest parts about Joplin in that previous photo is, and we see this, I mean, you guys have read the tornado disaster, when they issue a tornado disaster, the National Weather Service, and it says streets and businesses will be unrecognizable. That's pretty ominous, but that's very true. You need to know where you are. Now, this gets harder when you're in more rural areas. Fortunately, most of us do have GPS, but we're assuming we have access, not necessarily Starlink access, but we have access to maps to know where we are. We have to be able to report where we are, and GPS coordinates will rarely work. So we have to know where we are, and then we have to call 911. Let 911 hang up first. Again, these are usually high adrenaline situations. You may be really eager to jump out and start helping. I hope you are. I believe that all of you guys are. But make sure that you let them hang up first before you respond. And remember, and I'm emphasizing this again for those in the back, actually for this guy in the front. No, is that you might have a legal obligation to report any harm that has happened to another human being. All right. So, what's the next step? So you have this, you've called 911, you've let them know there's a disaster, and what is the very next thing you need to do? The very next thing you need to do is to ensure your own personal safety. So we've been talking about altruism to this point, but now we need to talk about the most important thing, which is personal safety. So personal safety trumps everything else on a scene. So the first thing is that people routinely overestimate their safety capabilities. In other words, I mean, let me give you a great example of this. How many of you think that there are some really crappy drivers on the road? Raise your hand. Yeah. Now, raise your hand if you are a crappy driver. Appreciate the honesty. Yeah, some of you suddenly developed paralysis in your truthometer. We routinely overestimate our capabilities, and we routinely overestimate how we are able to render aid. And people routinely do this, and in addition to that, they also routinely underestimate their ability to rescue others in such dangerous situations. And we see a great example of this in Twister, right? Aunt May's, beautiful homestead gets nailed, and they rush in to get her out. That's a pretty good scenario, because that's the sort of scenario you'd imagine. You come across something, people need to be rescued, they're screaming for help. Remember, when I was in Joplin, people were screaming for help on the side of the road. I couldn't give it to them. Real heroism is doing the right thing that minimizes your risk from harm while rendering aid. And sometimes that means doing nothing, which is a really hard concept to get. But in fact, in some circumstances, more rescuers will be injured or killed than the people that they're trying to rescue. It is hard when you see human suffering to not want to run in and do things. But the reality is you don't want to be a dead hero. So, I don't know what it is about Russian videos, but I love this. So she goes down, and so these two come running in to help. You go from having one victim to two more exact victims. It's great on repeat, too, because, wow, she gets nailed, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, my capabilities are better than hers. I know how to walk on ice. So watch that. All right, we're going to watch a little video here of rescuers gone wrong. Go ahead and hit play. Now, this is in the Middle East. I don't remember if this is whether this is in Israel or not. But here, a missile strike has actually damaged a building, and there are a bunch of rescuers who are successfully getting a person out of there. Now, this part of the video is just fine. We're going to, in a second, switch to a different video, a different cut of the same location. And as you can see, this is a pretty precarious situation. This isn't unlike what we might experience on the plains after a tornado has hit some sort of structure. There's a lot of people trying to help. Everyone is carefully, as much as possible, getting this woman down. But then this starts to happen. So that guy didn't make it because he completely got buried in stone. When we rush in to try and rescue people because we're feeling heroic, we actually risk becoming victims ourselves. So the first thing in not going in is making sure you establish scene safety. And this is something that, most emergency providers are taught and drilled on repeatedly. So from the article which said, don't be a dead rescuer, they made several points. These are that across these very different types of first responders, the similarities in strategy are striking. First responders have extensive and recurring training, proper protective equipment, and coordinated teams with clear chains of command. Now, that second paragraph there is not something I have in my chase vehicle. Highly coordinated anything. And then, in addition to that, it goes on to talk about how they gather as much information as possible, focus on maintaining situational awareness. Now, we've all had situational awareness issues. In fact, one of the greatest ones is the anticyclonic tornado, powerful tornado along the RFD or somewhere else, which kind of pops up behind you. If you haven't had that happen, it's an interesting experience. We have to maintain situational awareness while we're chasing. But they also, in first response mode, we have to maintain situational awareness on what is safety before we attempt to rescue victims. So this is a little bit about how to respond. So you have two options. So remember, fight or flight, or flee. Those are choices. But in responding to a disaster, you have two choices. You can either lead or you can treat. And those are the choices that you basically have. Now, leadership in an emergency scene is probably the one that most of you guys could be qualified for if you're not comfortable taking care of patient care. And we're going to go through a little bit of how to establish leadership at a scene of a disaster so that you would be more effective when and if this occurs while you're out chasing. For those who want to go towards treating, you actually are then going to try and take care of these same victims. That does not mean, and neither of these say running into a burning building to save anybody. The goal is to try and treat as many people as possible. So we're going to talk about these two different dichotomies, but you cannot do both. One of the mistakes that I see is people trying to do too many things at the same time when they respond to some sort of disaster. All right. So how about we'll talk about leading first. So first, again, you want to understand what it is you're doing. Go ahead and hit play on this video, please.
Das hier ist mein Sektor. Das hier ist das wichtigste Gerät des Küstenwächters. Das Gerät und das Gerät. Überlebensradar.
Mayday, Mayday. Hello, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
It's always a good question. What are you thinking about? That's the very first thing you should do if you're leadership. So what are some examples of good thinking? First of all, there are three main things that you need to decide when you're stopping by the side of the road. Okay, we'll go through each of these in just a minute. I'll give you the overview first. Strategy, tactics, and logistics. Now this is kind of advanced level stuff, but if you think about it, it's sort of how are you going to tackle like changing the toilet in your bathroom, right? So the first thing is, what am I trying to accomplish? I'm trying to change it so that it has a bidet. Now, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, my wife did this, and not only do we have a bidet, but a heated seat too. I'm finding it really difficult to poop in the hotel rooms because I'm feeling self-conscious. I'm touching parts of my body I haven't had to touch for any other reason. And there's toilet paper, and that's just smearing things. Anyway, so you're going to change. I mean, especially the stuff they have here, it's not really absorbent as much as it moves it from one piece of the paper to the other. I didn't say this was going to be a comfortable talk. At no time did I ever say that. So what are we trying to accomplish? What is your objective? So in the initial moment of the scene, the first thing is you're probably going to think about how are we going to respond? Now, I use the term we because by and large, chasers chase in packs, whether they mean to or not. And sometimes it's intentional, which I have a group of friends that I love to chase with, and I love seeing them every single spring. But I also do chase by myself, but I'm never really by myself because this is how chasing is these days. So what is it you're trying to accomplish? The first thing you should try and accomplish is figure out how are we going to help the victims of this area? And you want to kind of define what that area is. If you're going back to the Joplin photo, that's a pretty big area to try and take command over. So maybe go a little bit smaller, which we'll talk about in a minute. The next is, how are you going to do that? That's what a tactic is. So you've got your strategy, but your tactics are how are you going to take that over? Who are you going to assign to do what? So as people start jumping out of the side, you may want to even say, hey, look, man, let's coordinate. Let's get this all together. Let's try and get on the same page. All right? We got a bunch of people who are trapped in the house. There's a lot of people injured. Let's figure out how we're going to safely do this. And then the last part of the logistics. What am I going to need to do to fulfill this? So I'm going to ask a silly question. How many of you chase with work gloves, like serious industrial work gloves in your chase vehicle? How many of you are wearing boots when you chase? Every time for me, man, every time. So there's not a lot of hands going up. So right off the bat, none of you except those who put their hands up, are qualified to get anywhere near a house that's been hit by a tornado. Right? So how are we going to help those people? Well, we already know the first thing, we're calling 911. But who has those things that may be able to lend a hand? The next part of leading a disaster is deciding on rescue. Now, rescue is a personal choice of where you're putting yourself at risk. I've already made a pretty convenient argument to say, if you don't know how to do it, don't do it. Don't do it. You can make things worse, especially with structural integrity. Structural integrity, well, Tim can tell you all about that. Moving, it's like a big game of Jenga with a house that's collapsed. But you don't know which piece is actually going to cause the whole thing to collapse. The way it's done in EMS and the way it's done by firefighters is they have a 2 in, 2 out rule. That means it takes 4 people to conduct any form of rescue. 4 people minimum. 2 together to go inside the structure and 2 people outside to rescue the 2 people who go inside. Now, if there's not 4 people, you can't safely go into unstable structures. Nor would I recommend that. Even, and this is the hard part, when people are screaming for help. Screaming for help is actually a good sign. That means that they're probably ventilating and breathing okay. They may not stay that way for long, but at that moment in time, if somebody is screaming for help, they're okay physiologically. The urge to want to run in there needs to be balanced with the fact that you are not sure what you're encountering. So when I was in Joplin, the patients that I treated that night were covered in debris from cinder buildings that were destroyed. And that debris laid a powder on them that covered most of their bodies. And that powder included not just silica, but pieces of glass that had been sort of microscopically embedded in them. And as I ran my hands over these patients, I got cuts on my hands through gloves, just touching a person. So the debris field is not as easy as you think to navigate. And you have to keep that in mind when you're dealing with that. Now, if you're going to have rescue teams, you also have to have some form of communication. It's going to be really important on how are you guys going to communicate with one another and who's there doing what. So whoever establishes command, be that you or someone else, you remember you want to establish a very small area. Your goal is not to go from house to house to house to house. Focus on one house that you see. You are not responsible for saving everybody. Now, it's important for you to write down who's doing what. So you have a bunch of strangers all working together, but who's going off into that house over there? You need their names. How are you going to communicate? You can use cell phones. May be difficult if the cell phone towers have been nailed. You can use ham radio. Do you have their call signs? Remember when I said earlier, slow down? Don't just do something, stand there? This is what I'm talking about. This may only take a minute, maybe 2, but it's the most valuable time that you can have when you come across a disaster. For those who choose to lead, you're going to basically sort of need to begin thinking about things before you even get in your chase vehicle. There's the planning stage before you chase, where you're going to decide who you chase with, and also how you as a group want to respond if you come across a disaster. If you're feeling really ambitious, and I've never gotten to this point, but it'd be really cool for you to start assigning people, like first officer or whatever else, so you can really feel like you're like, well, now I'm trekking out, which is just embarrassing. But anyway, so the other thing is then when the disaster occurs, find a safe place to stop. Set up a command point as a location. If you're going to run this thing, stay by your vehicle. Never ever park at the bottom of a hill. Always park at the top of a hill. When you begin your disaster response strategy, tactics, operations, assign roles, communication, and then when EMS gets there, you can coordinate with them and hand it off. This is exquisitely helpful. This is a tremendous help during a disaster. All right. For those who want to go ahead and learn more, I highly encourage you to take a FEMA course called ICS. Now, ICS through FEMAtraining.org is free, and there are multiple different levels. The one to start off with is level 100, ICS 100, which is an incident command-based system to introduce you to more about incident command, so you can understand how you might be able to put yourself into situations and be more effective. And the nice part about it is not only is this free, it's also really easy. It only takes about 20 to 30 minutes to do your first ICS class. Then you can go on to do 200, and then it gets really bizarre because then you go to 600, 700, 800, then back to 500. And then, I mean, the math doesn't make any sense, but this is a government operation. So, you know, and that's if you really want to dig into this and actually learn how to do this. But this is free. If you want to actually help your community, though, there's a thing called CERT. And CERT is basically is for your own community, emergency response training. And CERT volunteers are outstanding at helping, if you look mostly at like hurricane-prone areas, this is an area where CERT exists, where there are people within the community who are there to go ahead and actually respond to disasters when you know that it's going to overwhelm EMS and fire, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the leading a disaster quick thing. I'm going to shift now towards the treatment. So when we talk about treating victims, remember that you don't need to render first aid if you don't know what you're doing. But you can be a human being. One of the things my wife does when we come across a car accident is I'll usually do the medical stuff. And she has some medical training, but the thing that she normally ends up doing, and it touches me every single time, is she grabs a blanket out of the back of our car, and she goes and she just sits with the victims. Who do you think they remember? The guy who was sitting there asking them a million questions? The woman who took time to just be a human with them? You can render aid without having the obligation to do first aid. You don't have to know anything about first aid, but you can be a human being. I mean, most people can. Tim is actually, as far as I understand, cybernetic. But that's not important right now. If you're rendering first aid, remember everyone's body fluids are infected. Now that may or may not be true. The way I'm dressed, you'd think I would think that. You know, I still am wearing a mask, of course, and you can tease me and that's fine. But if you decide to render aid, remember that every single person could have HIV, hepatitis, or some other bloodborne illness. Hepatitis C is really crappy. You can get that. And therefore, when you come in contact with blood, that's a problem. That's a problem. If you have cuts on your hands, that can be enough to transmit disease from one person to another. The other big thing on trauma is that everyone has a head injury and a neck injury, especially if they're unconscious. So you don't want to really rapidly pull people or yank people around who are unconscious or who had a concussion. This is going to get gross in a second, but I love showing this one. So for people who are impaled or have crush injuries, you treat them in place. Do not try to remove anything from a patient. Those who are squeamish, you've been warned. And now, so if you happen to have, yeah, I told you, and yet you guys are like, oh God, oh, that's so gross. Ooh. So this is actually a pole wedged through a person in their thorax. Probably not a good idea not to remove that. We deal with impaling injuries by cutting off the either end and taking them to the OR. All right. It's coming. There we go. For those who are squeamish, you can now look again. All right. For people who are struck by lightning, we do reverse triage. Reverse triage means the person who's screaming who's been struck by lightning is fine. The person who is silent is somebody who needs CPR. We're going to talk about CPR in a moment because I think this is really important. You know, CPR is terrifying if you've never done it before. I don't recommend doing it on anybody in particular, but if you have to do it on somebody, it's a very strange feeling. And a lot of people are resistant on doing CPR in part because they're afraid of doing the mouth-to-mouth. Now, here's the good news. You don't have to do mouth-to-mouth. There's some really incredible data that show that if at least you continue to do chest compressions alone, that is enough to sustain somebody. Mouth-to-mouth is not going to necessarily be necessary at any time. And lightning victims are particularly interesting because sometimes I only need a minute or two of CPR without you ventilating them with your mouth, and they will come back to life. It's pretty cool. Just for the record, being struck by lightning, 25% of those people die, but 3/4 of people who are struck survive, which is a remarkable thing. Now, we all hear about chasers being struck by lightning because that does happen. We're out and about taking pictures of lightning and things like this. No one who is struck by lightning gets out without some permanent injury, even minor things. So we always need to be really careful when we're out chasing. I love to take photographs of lightning. If you're able to take photographs of lightning, you're probably close enough to get struck. So do things like be at the lowest area that you can, instead of standing on top of your car like I saw one year with a tripod getting lightning photos. I guess they were going for a close-up. I'm not sure, but you know. Now, where CPR is concerned, when you're in a disaster and you have a limited number of people, anybody who looks like they need CPR is probably already dead. This is traumatic, but you may have to not do anything unless you have the resources to do that. Now, if you're going to do chest compressions, let me show you a video on how to do that. Go ahead and press play.
It's to Pump to the Tune of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. Do you know that song?
Yes, I do. I love that song. First I was afraid, I was petrified.
No, it's Staying Alive,
Okay. Yes,
Staying
yeah.
Alive.
You were in the
Yeah,
park.
so that's actually right. The second half, not the first one. It actually is that the beat of Staying Alive is about 100 to 120 beats per minute. And that's the speed that you need to do chest compressions. Chest compressions are fairly easy to do. The key part is you use the weight of your body to push down, not your arms. This is a really interesting action, but unless you really are buff, you aren't going to do it. What that's going to happen over time is you're going to start doing this, which is not effective because my arms aren't moving anymore. So get above and push directly down in the middle of the chest. You're going to do chest compressions. All right, a few more first aid tips. When we talk about blood, which is going to be very common, the big thing I want you to take away is that abrasions, which are where we sit there and scrape our skin or you get road rash, those actually can get very easily infected, particularly in a disaster where all kinds of plant matter has been around. So a lot of bacteria that infect us come from the soil. So there's a little bit of soil usually turned over. So you want to make sure you really wash any wounds that you see. If you have, and I actually have this in my car, a whole gallon of just like sterile water, and you can just like pour that over any wounds that you see. That's really important. Same thing with lacerations, which are torn skin. These need to be irrigated, and the more, the better. There's different types of bleeds, arterial and venous. It's not important that you know the difference. But when we're also talking about bleeding, we also talk about contusions. These are all different things. And one of the biggest things that's changed in first aid over the recent years is the use of tourniquets. And the Israeli tourniquet is one of the easiest things to apply and is necessary for anybody who's bleeding considerably. Turns out the safety of tourniquets is extraordinarily high. We didn't always think so. But if somebody has a hemorrhaging limb, you want to attach a tourniquet to the most proximal or close to the body area you can, and then you need to tighten it. Now, these are very easy to put on. You open them up, you wrap them around, and then you snap it closed. But you actually have to see it to actually play with it and get an idea on how to use these properly. Highly, highly recommend, if you can, your local hospital has a Stop the Bleed course. Very good to take that so you can learn how to do that. When you're dealing with tourniquets, it's important that you remember where to put them. Definitely you can use them on any of the extremities, but never ever place them over the neck or head. Did you get that? Unbelievable. It took you guys long enough. Trying to be helpful here, you know? I want to make sure. I don't need to explain that, do I? Wait, there's this kid up here. Should I talk? No, never mind. All right, I can't do that. It's wrong. It's wrong. All right, fractures. One of the things you need to know about fractures is that their bone is remarkably bloody, and that's because that's where blood is made. So normally when you think about bones, you think about breaking, you think about chicken bones, where they just kind of, snap in half. But it turns out in real bone, they bleed a ton. And so you want to make sure you control any bleeding. Now, closed fractures are very obviously new joints that shouldn't be there, or new holes in the skull that also weren't there previously. Open fractures include, tearing of the skin above and below. And if you see something poking out, don't put it back in there. Now, traumatic fractures can be very dramatic. I know none of you have learned how to read read X-rays, but I think you can all agree that something is not right with these bones. Yeah, and so I like this is what trauma looks like. Okay? And when you come across somebody like that, the less you move them, the better, unless you know how to do some splinting. I'm really not trying to gross you out. I am trying to teach, but that is pretty sweet. Anyway, all right. Many people ask me, if I'm going to get, prepared to treat, what sorts of stuff do I need in an emergency kit? There are some wonderful pre-built kits out here. This is Live Action Safety, which is a pretty decent retailer. I don't get anything for this, but for example, you can get a fully stocked Elite Tactical Trauma Kit, which I actually have one of these. It's fantastic, and they sell it for like $140. Now, that's a lot of money, but if you have any inkling that you may want to treat somebody, it has all that you need, including tourniquets. So it has everything you could possibly want, and I recommend every single chaser who's willing to help somebody have this in their car at all times. So, post-disaster, this is not going to work. These are great children's books. There are so many I wanted to put on here, that are just so wrong, like Dead Whales Don't Wave Back. I loved that one. They don't, though, do they? All right, so anyway, whether you're treating or you're being an incident commander in whatever capacity you can, more realistically, you're going to have to deal with emotions that happen after this. So there are several things that can happen. If you're actually in the disaster that happens, because I know many of you live in the Midwest, and why you would live in Oklahoma, I have no idea. So for those of you who are local, you have a level of denial that is just incredible to me. Yeah, tornado hit north and south of my street, but we should be fine. That won't happen again. Wow. All right, so anyway, if you're involved in a disaster or you respond to a disaster, you're going to have emotions about this. And it's important that we recognize that we're all human. If you pass through a disaster, you're going to experience it, and it's important to talk to somebody about that. There is an exquisitely high suicide rate among people who have rendered any aid at disasters. And it's also the rescuers people who both survive the disaster and the rescuers who attempt them. Many of you you guys weren't even like gametes in your parents when this happened. But back in 1987, there was a little girl who got caught in a well in Texas named Baby Jessica. Baby Jessica was rescued by a very small, thin firefighter who went down this tube and brought her up after I think it was like 50 hours that she'd been trapped down there. He garnered tons of attention. He was the face of the rescue of Baby Jessica, and he killed himself several years later because of how traumatized he was by that experience. That was a successful outcome. We have a lot of chasers who have been killing themselves. There's been at least 2 that I know of in the past 6 months. Whatever is going on here needs to be looked at. Now, there's 2 reasons I think that chasers kill themselves. One reason that they kill themselves is that they are constantly trying to fill themselves up with chasing, which is a dangerous thing because you can't do that. You can't be number one. You can't always be chasing and being successful. You can't have the most YouTube views. You can't compare yourself to somebody else. And I think a lot of people have some dissatisfaction. But the other reason I think this happens is because we're excited while people's lives are being destroyed. It's a weird dichotomy. I was talking earlier this week. I had some art that I got to exhibit, and I was asked about this, about how do we as chasers justify doing what we do when we know other people are going to be injured or killed. My response is always the same. I can't stop that. I can't stop people are going to be injured or killed by tornadoes. I can bear witness. I can try to render what aid I can, but I can't stop that. But I think a lot of people take that internally, they got excited and then they see a dead body and they're like, I'm a terrible person. You're not. For you to want to enjoy weather, God, yeah, do that. You don't have to feel guilty about that. But hopefully through this talk, you're going to feel more motivated to at least do something if you come across some victims. So, one of the things that most of you don't know or don't take advantage of is most employers have an employee assistance program. And basically it's free. They often offer up to 6, sometimes 12 sessions with a counselor. Even if you do not think that you were traumatized by a mass casualty incident that you were involved in, go talk to someone, especially if it's free. Because it took me a while to talk about Joplin. So many of you know I was involved in Joplin. I actually did a lot of work that night at a hospital that wasn't destroyed. It was one of the most meaningful and incredible nights of my life as a physician. I've never not thought that. It changed my career. I'm now an assistant director of emergency preparedness for the University of Colorado Hospital. I'm involved with FEMA and help coordinate disasters over a 6-state region in the West. I turned this into something motivational, and I still will not. I still get choked up thinking about that night. These are real serious things that we do and we come across. And you're human. For God's sake, be human. So help in any way you can, but also get help. This is really important. I'm tired of hearing about so-and-so dying because they committed suicide. Please take care of yourselves. All right. So, to sum up, back to zero metering. And to bring this to a close, we're all stewards of the chasing community. Every one of us represents chasers. And so when we do things like live stream us going past victims, it makes us all look bad, and it also makes me feel bad. So we're stewards of that, of chasers. But we're also, more importantly, stewards of the communities through which we travel. We're using these people's roads and areas to go after these incredible beasts that we call the supercell thunderstorms. But we're responsible to the people who were, whose home ground we're walking on, to be good stewards to them, like I would want them to do for me if I was in a disaster. Going around and seeing people film the wreckage right after a tornado without trying to at least help in some way, shape, or form sickens me. It really does. Not because I think you're bad people if you do that, but because you can put the camera down and just be human. Help in some way, okay? We all have an ethical responsibility and a legal responsibility to get help in some way. How you choose to be involved is up to you. Hopefully tonight gave you some ideas on how you can respond. And if you want to be involved and you decide you're going to help, get some training. It's not hard, it's pretty easy, and it's pretty fun. And having that knowledge is great. And most of all, please be kind. Be kind to each other. We're all humans. We all make mistakes. Sometimes people who are live streaming past a disaster are just so amped up because they're human and they don't realize what they're doing. Don't be mean to them. Be kind to each other because we all need each other. And, if something happens to somebody on the road, I hope somebody would help me if that happened. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get ready for movies. Just a prick PSA from Troy McClure. Lead paint, delicious but deadly. I know this had a lot of serious tone to it. I tried to put in some comedy there to loosen it up, but hopefully you guys gained some valuable insight and maybe a chance to learn something new. And if nothing else, I hope you had a good time. I'm so excited you guys are here. We're going to have a great conference. Tomorrow's going to be amazing because tonight was, no, I'm kidding. I am a little bit. Anyway, so make sure you gather all your belongings. There will be movies downstairs. Well, actually, it's not downstairs. It's kind of uphill. But you know where I'm talking about. You'll find it. And otherwise, get a good night's rest because tomorrow is going to be amazing. Thank you, guys.
All right. We got time for questions. Questions? Going once.
You guys can come up and talk to me too. That's fine. Otherwise, get out of
Going
here.
twice. All right, I got a
Go.
couple of things
Go.
I got to
Oh,
put
no.
up.
Okay, wait.
Oh,
Listen
good.
to Erik first. Erik goes first. Go ahead, Erik. Come on, everyone's waiting.
Yeah, Doc,
Oh.
have back here.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. What do you think about using the thing that the Army uses, the fast blood clotting devices?
Yeah, so there are some devices that there's not just devices. There's actually a powder that can be used to rapidly cause blood clotting. I don't recommend that in civilian use. It can cause complications, so there's some limited uses for that. Tourniquets are really the way to go.
Okay.
And direct pressure never hurts either.
Within that, what about the new combat gauze? I know we used it in Afghanistan and Iraq a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
which
combat
is-
gauze is
yeah.
pretty sweet. That is actually really sweet. Not only markedly absorbent, but it also has some procoagulants in it. But you have to get it, which is a little more expensive than just regular gauze. But yeah, definitely, Eric's 100% correct on that.
Okay, anybody else? Hold up.
Obviously, we've mentioned CPR and other things. Obviously, AEDs are very important in certain situations.
Love it.
So would you recommend that, especially chasers that are of high, visibility, et cetera, have an AED on their vehicle?
That's a great question. So AEDs are medical equipment that allows shocking of certain rhythms. And the AEDs are automated in that the only thing that you need to do it right is turn it on and apply a couple pads to the patient and then apply those pads to the AED. They're available in most public locations in metropolitan areas, and occasionally I've seen them at gas stations, which is just wonderful. The deal is that there is maintenance required of them, and you need to be aware of that. I don't recommend people have AEDs specifically. The reason being that when we talk about use of AEDs, it's typically for medical cardiac arrest, which is usually due in adults due to coronary artery disease and primarily what we call an electrical arrhythmia. So something like ventricular tach or ventricular fibrillation, and AEDs will cure that. However, when we talk about traumatic cardiac arrest, it is not due to an arrhythmia. It's usually due to the heart getting smacked around in the chest and getting bruised or torn from the aorta or things like this. And an AED will not help with that. So I don't think it's necessary for a chase vehicle at all, actually.
Anybody else? All right, Dr. Persoff, thank you.